Manager, Lodwar Municipality. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Ekale Kitela, County Chief Officer of Economic Planning.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Pauline Arotangarai. I'm the County Chief Officer, Trade, Enterprise Development and Cooperative. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Teleji Korea Moses, Chief Officer of the Governor, Turkana County.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Paul Eken Rodunga, County Chief Officer in charge of ECD and Social Protection. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and distinguished members, I'm Samson Nakito, Director Supply Chain Management Services.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I'm CPA Michael Atelogilai, Senior Accountant General and also Head of Reporting. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. I'm Judith Lorenitan, Director Human Resource. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Longole Wangiros James, CCM in charge, Trade, Tourism and Gender.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Ruth Emanikora. I am the County Attorney, Turkana. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Rosalina Ite, the CCM for Finance and Economic Planning.
So that's it for your delegation?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, fine. So let's proceed to the next order, which is administration of oath.
Okay, I, Jeremiah Ekamais Lomorukai Napotikan, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before the committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Next would be for you to table your responses.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, sir, I hereby table the following documents before the committee. Management responses on the status of the implementation of the unresolved issues raised in the Auditor General's report on the financial statements of the County Executive of Turkana for the financial year 2023-2024. One, management responses and accompanying annexes for the report of the Auditor General on the audited financial statements on receiver of revenue for the County Executive of Turkana for the financial year 2023-2024.
Auditor General, were you able to review the responses in good time?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I confirm we received the reports on 10th of September, and we have been able to review them and as well as come up with a brief on the same. Thank you, Chair.
Clerk of the Senate?
Yes, Chair, I do confirm that we received the responses on time.
Okay, Senator Cherargei, you may go on record.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Cherargei Kipotich is my name, Senator of the Republic of Kenya, representing the great people of Nandi County. I thank you.
So unless there are any preliminary observations, we will go straight to the reports. We have two reports, the receiver of revenue and the executive, but I've noticed that the issues on ROR are captured in the executive report. So I think we'll just go straight to the executive report. The first issue there that was flagged, Auditor, non-inclusion of assets of defunct local authorities. What was your finding? Then we look at what the Senate recommended, and then we find out what the county has done.
Thank you, Chair. Our finding is that the county has forwarded to the County Assembly an asset and liability management policy for approval. They have appointed a deputy director in charge of assets. And what now is pending is to go full throttle, adopt the report of the IGTRC as they confirm the assets. So from your recommendation, we find that the recommendation has been partially implemented. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, ideally it would have been neater to look at your original audit observation so that this update comes from the governor. And then your role would just be to verify whether what the governor has reported is correct. So,
well guided.
So let's go back. What was the issue that was reported to the Senate? Then let the governor be the one to report on that.
Thank you, Chair. The report of the Auditor General, the first paragraph was non-inclusion of assets of defunct local authorities. Annex 6, summary of non-current assets register reflects cumulative historical cost of non-current assets balance of Kenya shillings 8 billion 138 million 461,262 and additions during the year of Kenya shillings 2 billion 465 247,617, all totaling to Kenya shillings 10 million 603 million 708,879. However, the balance excludes assets of undetermined value, including land, buildings, motor vehicles, computers, and other office furniture and equipment taken over from the defunct local authorities. The process of verification and evaluation by responsible entities is yet to be concluded, and it is not known when the process shall be finalized, and the assets included in the assets register of the county government. In the circumstances, the accuracy and completeness of non-current assets balance of Kenya shillings 10 billion 603 million 708,879 could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Clerk of the Senate, what was our recommendation?
Chair, we recommended that the county should expedite the process of updating and presenting their fixed asset register in the format prescribed by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. The second one was that the county should adopt and implement the report of IGTRC on assets and liabilities from the defunct local authorities. The third was that the Office of the Auditor General to progressively review and report on this matter in the subsequent financial years.
Governor, what has been done to close or to comply with the recommendations of the Senate?
Okay, Chair, I think our management response. The county government appointed County Assets and Liabilities Committee in 2027 via Gazette Notice 2001 dated 24th March 2017 to identify, verify, and validate verify and validate all assets and liabilities of defunct local authorities. The final report was submitted by the committee to the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, IGRTC, for approval. The approval was granted by IGRTC for inclusion of the assets and liabilities in the asset register. Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee handed over the motor vehicle stock cycles category of assets in May 2024. The motor vehicle stock cycles have not been valued for them to be reported in the financial statements as per IPS accrual standards. Moreover, in the financial year under review, the financial statements were presented using IPSAS, cash basis of accounting, which does not place emphasis on assets and liabilities in the statement of financial position. The county government has initiated the following steps to have a comprehensive asset register in place. One, created a unit to handle inventory and asset management at the county treasury. Number two, employed an officer at a level of deputy director to guide the unit. Developed a draft asset and liability management policy and the relevant cabinet memo for approval. Facilitated officers for a national treasury organized training on asset management. The management is committed to having an asset register in place within 3 years transition period of accrual as guided by Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, reference given down there. And then there is the implementation, Honorable Chair, status. The asset and liability management policy has been approved by the County Executive Committee and forwarded to the Turkana County Assembly. The management has initiated the process of collecting and collating all assets and liabilities across all county entities for completion of asset and liability registers, and thereafter budget for valuation and subsequent capturing of assets and liabilities in the financial statements within the 3-year transition period provided by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. Number 2, yeah.
So, Auditor, this is what you are reporting on initially. You can confirm that these measures have been taken and that the annexures that have been referred to support the action.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can confirm that the preliminary steps of this process have actually been taken and the documents provided. However, as we know, this is a process, especially as we get into the accrual accounting. So far, they haven't reached a stage where they can report on the assets as valued or as identified. So yes, that's why I was saying that the recommendations by this committee have been partially implemented by those preliminary steps that the county has taken.
So this is a matter that must be kept in view in subsequent periods, because the IGRTC County Assets Liability Verification Committees is a long-standing problem that cuts across the 47 counties. I think I've interacted with this matter when I chaired the devolution committee and when I chaired this committee in the last Senate. I think maybe as a Senate, we might need to call IGRTC to get a proper update on this matter, because it affects all our counties. And with the passage of time, assets are disappearing. Land is disappearing, vehicles are rotting in sheds, and counties are, I think you members, you do recall there was a county that took insurance cover for vehicles that were in garages. They are still considering those to be assets, and yet some of them have absolutely no value. So maybe we need to call IGRTC on this to get a global solution. Senator Chirake.
Chair, thank you. Governor, are there any allocation before the to the valuation? Have you done valuation on these properties, or have you disposed since you came to office? Number 2, Governor, I have seen through the chair the minutes of your cabinet meeting. One, why are you doing a cabinet meeting in a guest house, Bethany Guest House? I thought Turkana has one of the biggest county headquarters. You need to tell us, because we need efficiency and value for money. Because, Chair, you remember, even the reason we came from KICC to here is because Senate wanted to ensure that we don't use a lot of money hiring space, yet we should be using our own. So tell us, why are you doing a cabinet meeting in a guest house, in Bethany Guest House? Number 2, these minutes, Chair, are not signed, so they are not owned. That is my question number 2. Minutes signed, no name, signature, no name, secretary, no name. Governor, were you providing these minutes to just satisfy that I'm just using his document, this bundle. This is, let me assist the bishop. Yeah, that's Annex 1. So towards the end of your minutes, it's not signed. Were you just filing these responses just to satisfy? And you are aware we are not a conveyor belt. We are very keen on any documentations that you provide. So number 2, that should tell us why we should believe this document, although there is a letterhead of Turkana County government, but it is not signed or not owned. Chair, I think most of your clients assume that senators are too busy to notice some of these things. Finally, I have heard in your response that you have, those will be my 3rd and final question, that you have forwarded the same to the county assembly. I have not seen anywhere stamped received. In fact, the letter that has been, whether that has been received by the clerk of Turkana County Assembly, or is there any way that shows that this transmission of this policy has been forwarded? Because from the annexures that you have provided, maybe you'll guide me because I have gone through quickly. In these annexures you have quoted in your management response to prove to the committee that this, through the chair, that this assets and management policy has been forwarded to Turkana County Assembly, so that chair, as you direct that we give in view, is there a response that has been received? I think government has a way of operating. So that will be my 4 questions. I yield, Chair.
Is there any other query on this so that we consolidate them? Governor, you may respond to the 3 issues raised by Senator Cherargei.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Member. On the Bethany meetings, I think our county headquarters, of course, you visited some times back. We are at the tail end completion of the headquarters. We are not yet there. We are using the former Ari Lance buildings meanwhile, but we are now at almost 99% completion of the entire headquarters based on the recommendations of the Senate. So very soon, I think we will redelegate ourselves into that good building and start operating there on everything of the county, including the meetings. And number 2, on whether the assembly received this, we have a document annexed there, really indicating that the assembly is received. Of course, we can't report.
Where is that document?
50. Is document there. So the assembly of Turkana did receive the document. I think maybe the signing part of it could be just an oversight. They provided a document that is not signed, but all our documents, we own them as a county assembly. I think on evaluation, I will give to the county attorney to give.
Chair, maybe on the cabinet minutes, why was it not signed?
It must be reviewed and confirmed in the next meeting. Then signed.
Also, there was no other, the minutes have not been adopted yet. Okay, you know, Senator Cherargei is looking at it from the legal eye.
Yeah, I know.
When you bring documents to the Senate, they need to be documents that are authentic, that are validated, because we'll be looking out for those. And I think, Auditor General, when we are keeping this in view, also have in mind the concerns raised by Senator Cherargei to ensure that we are not just getting paperwork for compliance purposes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. You are on valuation.
Give the county attorney on the valuation part.
Yes. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We submitted the Turkana County Rating and Valuation Bill to the Assembly sometime last year, and we are waiting for it to be passed so that we can be able to value the assets as provided. And because we've also just forwarded the policy that has given us annexures on how they expect us to, place those assets within, we are hoping immediately the law is passed, we are able to do the proper valuation. Thank you.
Chair, let me just understand.
Okay.
Is that rating and valuation bill for land or for all the assets?
That is mainly for land.
Mainly for land.
Yes.
But there are assets like vehicles.
We intend
which you can really
we intend to engage the.
Have we done so?
Yeah. We intend to engage the national government to give us support on that, because even as a county attorney, we don't have the capacity to do it on our own. Yeah.
Valuation for vehicles.
Adam?
To do valuation for motor vehicles.
Even computers and this.
And computers and.
You see, you are making your life difficult because there's a distinction between historical, the inherited assets and the assets that have been acquired from the onset of devolution. That should not be a problem. The audit query here is assets from defunct authorities. So the reasons or the answers given here should relate to that. Otherwise, Auditor General, the assets that have been acquired in this financial year, was there a problem in their listing, in their identification, and in their valuation?
On the current year, the figures and the values are clear because mainly we adopt the cost or the purchase price. So the issue of valuation does not apply. So we had no problem with the current year or the year that we are looking at.
So the support from national government that the attorney is referring to is with regards to what? Current assets or inherited assets?
I think it's inherited. Our procurement officer can support on that.
You know, we are asking questions on the basis of what you have said.
Yeah.
And you have said things which might not be very necessary. Now you'll have to take the consequences.
Let me give to the procurement person present here. He's a technical person on that section.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Honorable Chair, I think one of the requirements in the policy is that any valuation of the government property should be done by a government valuer or in any agency by the government, I think appointed by the government. So this is exactly the help which we need from the national government. We cannot get a consultant to do this because even the current policy, which is under participation of valuation, insists on the government agencies to do the valuation of the assets. Thank you.
What are you guys talking about?
Chair.
I don't know.
Chair.
I don't know.
Because this was a very simple thing, but now you have opened a Pandora's box. The county assets and liability verification committees identified and put a value to those assets. What is this other thing that you are talking about? Senator Wambua.
You know, it's always a good thing to just respond to questions, what you asked. Don't go outside because now you bring a lot of trouble. Like now there's a lot of trouble there. You know, if we go by what you are saying, then we just dismiss all these figures that you've given us. You don't know the value of your assets. If you go by what you're saying. That you're seeking help from the national government to help you identify the value of your assets. You see, Chair, there's something you have said, and I want you to emphasize on it. I think it will be very, very important that we should have a very, very serious meeting with IGRTC. County headquarters and county offices across the country have been turned into junk yards. A vehicle as a tire burst, parked in the headquarters, 5 years down the line, vandalized completely, the value is almost zero, but they keep accumulating these things.
And they take comprehensive insurance.
Of course, and they insured while at the garage. Chair, we need to do something about this, not just for Turkana, but for actually I think every county. A policy must be developed, maybe even at the national level, to completely deal with this accumulation of junks, you know, especially movable assets, vehicles. It's a big problem there, Chair. Big problem. I have a tractor in my county, an earth mover, that just developed a simple, I think, hydraulic problem. 4 years ago, parked in somebody's compound, and still to date, it is in someone's compound. And when you go to the books, it's part of our assets. It's a problem.
So Chair, maybe before the governor goes on record, is that governor, so does it mean from your county attorney that you don't know the exact value of assets in Turkana County as of today, because it means most of your assets are not tagged, because the verification process, the identification, and even tagging of those assets should be critical. So, Governor, because from the response of the person you are calling him technical, and I don't know why he's standing. In my culture, you don't stand in meetings. Do you need only the support of the government valuer? Because from his response looks that he just want a government valuer to assist in tagging. So Governor, number two, and then finally, even if the IGRTC, I've seen you have quoted largely on intergovernmental technical committee, is there any response in your management to show the level of engagement? Because here we deal with evidence, we deal with facts. Is there any evidence to show that there has been that engagement? Because most of the counties, through your chair, have been on record where they have shown us the level of engagement of intergovernmental technical committee. Do you have any proof to that effect? And finally, Chair, I agree from maybe Governor, from your experience, what do you think is holding down? Because you are a governor and you sit in COG. I've seen counties, and I agree with Senator Wambua, Bishop, that in most cases, you get a missing battery, a tire burst, a windscreen cracked, people park. Chair, in fact, my governor went and became more innovative. After parking them, you saw in the financial year 2020, 2023, 2024, he went and do car hire services for 42 million within 20, and it is on record on financial year 2023, 2024. So what they did, they parked the vehicles that were missing batteries, tires, and then they took insurance, comprehensive insurance cover, and then they hire for 42 million shillings on car hire services, and it is on record on financial year 2023, 2024. So, Governor, what do you think is the solution? Because when you drive around counties, anyway, any government, even national, you see dilapidated vehicles, the junk vehicles. What should it be? What do you think is hampering the process? Yet you have Public and Disposal Procurement Act, which can assist in disposal of these vehicles. Because, Chair, I believe the law is there. So if the county feels that at XYZ vehicle, including road machinery, they can easily dispose within the law or public disposal assets, so that they can get a new one, or we don't see the junkyard that we saw. Maybe, Governor, in your final response, having served for the last 3 years, what should be the silver bullet in addressing most of these challenges that we see around, especially on movable assets and immovable assets within the county government? I yield, Chair.
Governor, brief remarks, brief response to it.
Okay, thank you. I think what is to me is very important is actually the law that we've forwarded to the Turkana County Assembly, and we take the recommendations by the Office of the Auditor General and also the directives of the Senate. We are facilitating. Of course, when I came in, the first thing was actually to receive the assets inventory from the other government. So we are now trying now to ensure that there is a law in place to actually facilitate the process of entirely knowing all of assets and valuing all of them. I think that is basically what we are doing as a county government. On the legal part, I think the county attorney here, being also one of the people who used to be the county solicitor, when the other one went to become chair of IBC, she has taken over. So she has all the information about now the legal position.
I think we appreciate the global challenge, and we must have this conversation with IGRTC to get an update. Patrick from OAG, there's something you wanted to
Yes,
comment?
Chairman. Before you conclude the issue, I want to say that the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board has issued guidelines on how to deal with the issue of assets. A 3-year period has been given. The first year is 24-25, which is the year that we are next to audit. And the guidance says that entities should get a fair value on their own, because they have been asked to desist from getting a commercial valuer. They're supposed to get a fair value and then also what we'll call a judgmental value on the value of those assets. Then prepare opening financial statement for 2024-2025. Maybe after this, maybe you can share some of the guidelines with the county entities so that they are properly guided on how they're supposed to proceed.
Yeah, and I think when the CS Treasury was here, he also reiterated, indicating that the first year, it was more about the financial assets, isn't it?
Yes, Chairman.
Then these others, there would be a 3-year transition. Okay.
Chair, before you move, sorry for taking you back. I can see in Annex 6, summary of non-current assets. There is a purchase of certified seeds, breeding stock, and live animals. That is what in that financial year 429,150,009. And then there is a curious item there.
Where are you referring to, Senator?
Annex 6 summary of non-current asset register, page 127. So they have given breakdown of maybe Governor can
Page
tell us
120?
127 on financial statement. Sorry, financial statement. Sorry. Just on the conclusive part before you move to your indulgence, Chair. I want a distinction, Governor, between these 3 items. And I hope you have your CCM should be having financial statements because it's yours. I need a distinction, Chair, of strategic stocks and commodities that you bought in that financial year of 438,266,204. Strategic stocks and commodities. So what are these stocks? Number 2, purchase of certified seeds, breeding stock, and live animals. That year, you bought 429,150,009 shillings. And then work in progress. What do you mean by work in progress? Of 456,451,539 Kenya shillings. So what are these strategic stocks, the purchase of certified seeds and work in progress?
Could we get a direct response to that? That's in your asset register?
This is your non-current asset register, note number 6.
No, oh, no, government. Okay, let me give to CC Finance.
Is he aware of the
to get to the part you are reading?
This is your financial statements, note number 6, summary of non-current asset register, page 127, on financial statements of that year under review. Chair, I hope you have cited.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Okay.
I think it's the responsibility of the county to explain it.
Because it's their document.
Yeah.
Chair, if the county government does not have financial statements, we will stay here until cows come home. Because we will be referring it during the entire period, Governor.
Governor, your team didn't carry financial statements?
Because that's our document.
You may, clerk of the Senate, I think just assist them with a copy.
Okay, Amos, you think you can take that one?
It is like working to a maths exam without a calculator. Because we'll keep referring to financial statements as the engagement proceeds.
Yeah, can you just respond to those three asset classes that you have listed there? Page 127, Annex 6.
Chair, the financial statement Senator is referring to is Annex number 6, summary of non-current assets, to attached to the financial statements for financial year 2023-2024, and the financial statements has only we can provide the specific list, but this is a summary only of the total non-current assets in that financial statement. So probably
You're not asking for point by point detail. Can you just give that description?
I don't have the exact schedule. The schedules maybe we can provide later. We can check the schedules.
For the detailed schedule.
Yes.
It's just Chirage is an advocate. He does not understand. Well, he does understand, but he might not have the 100% appreciation on your chart of accounts.
Yes.
Because you know this is such a simple thing, Governor. We have sat here and we have established that semen, ng'ombe, semen can be capitalized, isn't it? Yes. Semen is capitalized. So when you have here strategic stocks and commodities, purchase of certified seeds, breeding stock and live animals, that's a kind of explanation we are asking. This 1 billion, just describe overall what it is, without getting into the specific details. I mean, if I was sitting there, I would be able to explain it, but it is not my duty to explain it.
Chair, honestly, I didn't prepare the financial statement, but the schedules, so I don't have it here. The schedules, we have the schedules, maybe we will provide later.
Maybe
the specific schedule.
Stocks are Nairobi Stock Exchange. Because when you say strategic stocks and commodities, and then you come and give us certified seeds, live animals and breeding, up to 1 billion. That's too huge amount to ignore knowing the details. They say the devil is in the details. And then work in progress, almost another 400 plus.
Now, Auditor General, this breakdown of the current asset register, is it a prescribed chart of accounts, or every entity breaks down their asset register in the manner in which they desire?
Thank you, Chair. The non-current assets is one of the lines, prescribed lines, before the fixed assets. So you have the current assets, then the more fixed ones, like land and.
So the breakdown, land, building and structures, transport equipment, all the way to work in progress, that is prescribed?
Yes.
So if it is prescribed, then even the officer should have had an easy time saying that this is a prescribed chart, and under work in progress, we usually report on this kind of scenarios. I think that's what Senator Cherargei is asking for, because you have got 3 lines that make up 1.2 billion.
Yes.
And it's a fair question to find out what is this worth 1.2 billion that has just been referred to as stock.
Yeah, like, for example, saying strategic stocks, and then you leave it there, and then you know the second line, livestock, it is understandable, certified seeds, and you have said before, and I don't know why the OAG is not being straightforward, you have said before that even semen has been quantified, and you remember we had an argument of semen worth 30 million. Was it 14 million in the last session?
Yeah, I think it was with Governor Orengo.
Yes. We didn't know mbegu ya uzazi or mbegu ya ng'ombe could be that expensive, and there are people doing it for free. So, Chair, we needed that clarity. So when you say strategic stocks and commodities, what 500 million? I thought your officer, because Governor, your officer might end up taking an odd chair. Because it is a simple question. If he bought TV, he should say, we bought TV, and that is why we have given a global figure, instead of saying, I didn't prepare financial statements. So why are we here, Chair? If the officer is saying we didn't prepare financial statements.
Yeah, no. I think the question, so that we also need to make progress on this. Chair, through you, it's a very simple question being asked. Under strategic stocks and commodities, we are not saying that give us a breakdown of each one of them so that you get a total of 1.2 billion. We are saying, paint a picture of what these strategic stocks and commodities are. No, is it, as you say, is it TV? Is it, what is it?
Now that, Governor, your team has invited us to the details, We are then going to direct that the details be availed. And because this is quite interesting, it's about 1.2 billion, the three lines. Because these we cannot say keep in view. This was something that was incurred in the period under review. So how long would it take you to provide that breakdown? We would have been satisfied with a summary description, which you have failed to provide. Your officer has invited us to look at the details. So how long would it take to get the details?
2 weeks can be okay.
I think 7 days should be sufficient.
7 days?
7 days should be sufficient. So that should be shared with the clerk of the Senate and the Office of the Auditor General for our review and just to answer that question that is in the minds of these senators.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, on a lighter touch, today you are very magnanimous. You're asking the patient how you should give him an injection or tablets. Thank you,
No,
but anyway, on a lighter touch, you are very magnanimous today. It's unusual of you.
Let's distinguish between opinions and facts again. Let us proceed to the next issue, which is inaccuracies in on-source revenue. Auditor General.
Mnakuwa set kwa hii maswali kujibu. You can't do it. No, but you people need to be very ready to answer.
Auditor General, let's proceed a bit faster. Inaccuracies in on-source revenue.
Thank you, Chair. Inaccuracies in on-source revenue. The statement of receipts and disbursements for receipt of revenue, County Government of Turkana, reflects on-source revenue amount of Kenya shillings 446,857,036 shillings. However, review of the correction systems revealed that the county executive had not fully automated its revenue streams. Further, the county executive did not have an updated valuation law. In addition, fiscal verification through spot check conducted on updated valuation conducted on 10th October 2024 revealed that no correction of revenue was made from on-street parking due from vehicles parked daily within the town and on parking slots marked by the county government as vehicles parked did not have daily or monthly receipts, stickers as evidence of payment. Also, management did not maintain a register of the parking slots within the municipality for effective management and the correction of revenue from street and past stage parking. In the circumstances, the accuracy and completeness of the county's own source revenue for amount of cash shillings 446,857,036 could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Clerk of the Senate, what were our recommendations on this so that the governor responds on the action that has been taken?
Yes, Chair, we had 2 recommendations. The first one, the governor to undertake administrative action against responsible officers who failed to provide documents to the auditors. The second one was that the county government, in conjunction with the National Treasury, in accordance with the provision of Section 12E of the PFM Act, to engage in designing and prescribing an efficient revenue collection system for automated revenue collection of all revenue streams and provide a status report to the OAG within 60 days. The third, that the auditor keeps the matter in view in the subsequent audit cycle.
Okay, Governor, straight to your implementation status.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think I took administrative action by making changes in the county executive committee members and the accounting officers to improve service delivery. The changes affected Department of Finance and Economic Planning and the Department of Lands, Urban Areas and Municipalities. The management appointment an ad hoc evaluation committee to review the existing revenue collection system and make recommendations on the best way forward regarding the system as referenced in Annex 2, just direct from the implementation status.
Auditor General, what's your observation?
Thank you, Chair. We take note of the appointments and the administrative action taken by the county administration. However, we still do recognize that we still do not have the evaluation role, which was one of the issues that we had raised. So valuation of so as to get property rates and such, which is a major source of revenue. Also, we have not seen the evidence of the involvement of the National Treasury. And the greater of it all, Chair, is that we have checked with the CRA and IGTRS reports, and the potential of Turkana County is about 2.5 billion in terms of own source revenue. So we still find a big shortfall in the way that the revenue has been collected, and have hardly scratched the surface on own source revenue collection. Thank you, Chair.
Now, since you, I think there was supposed to be a separate report on the ROR. So ideally, this matter should have been on the separate ROR report. I see some paragraphs on inefficiencies of the revenue automation system, failure to renew annual maintenance of the revenue automation system. Even before we go to the administrative action, let's focus on this thing of automation. Governor, have you automated your revenue collection in Turkana?
CC Finance, take that question.
Thank you, Chair. We have automated all apart from the legal licensing, because of the fact that we do joint verification with the national government ministry, said that we can't be able to map them in our system for us to be able to do that. But out of all the 23 revenue streams, it's only that one that is not automated. Thank you.
Was there a separate response on the ROR?
Yes.
There's a separate response on the ROR?
Yes.
So then it might be appropriate for us to go to that, because there are very detailed findings on ROR, which then we cannot just take the word of the CEC without referring to the documents that were presented. Okay. Those responses have been circulated? Okay.
Issue number one.
So, for example, the issue of automation and failure to renew, inefficiencies of revenue automation and failure to renew annual maintenance of revenue automation system. I think that will give us a much more detailed analysis of the matter rather than the oral submissions that have been made. So, OAG, just again, what was your observation under inefficiencies of revenue automation system? Then we tie it with the subsequent one. Then we can now prosecute the matters altogether. You also didn't carry a report. Could clerk share with the OAG the report on ROR?
Thank you, Chair. This paragraph 2, inefficiency of the revenue automation system. A review of records revealed that the management awarded a contract to a local company to supply, deliver, and customize a revenue collection management system at a contract sum of Kenya shillings 35,930,979 on 3rd March 2015. Although the contract sum was fully paid, the following unsatisfactory matters were noted. Roman 1, on querying the system, it failed to produce reports on all areas of revenue or outstanding invoices relating to land rates and rent, county property rentals, that includes county houses, market shops, market stall, and slaughterhouses. Roman 2, the system progress implementation report dated February 2021 provided that the developer was to integrate the already existing manual process of revenue collection on land rates that was to assist in generating invoices. However, there was no evidence that the integration to the system was done. Roman 3, structured modules including recurrences and facilities improvement fund were not configured to the system. Roman 4, the system was not linked to the IFMIS system. Instead, Excel manual preparation of revenue streams correction is used and then posted to IFMIS. In the circumstances, the effectiveness of the internal controls on the revenue correction system could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, what was your response?
Thank you, Chair. The county executive procured a revenue collection system in 2015. The system is called SensePay. The system onboarded all structured revenue streams and will progressively onboard the unstructured revenue. 1, the service provider has not integrated land rates and rents, county property rentals that includes county houses, market shops, market stall and slaughters houses, since the county valuation and rating bill 2024 is yet to be passed by the county assembly. Once the valuation roll is created, revenue streams will now be collected as structured revenue using the system. Number 2, the manual collection process will be integrated once the valuation roll is in place. Number 3, illegal license revenue is currently collected directly by the Department of Health, banked and transferred to county revenue exchequer account. The county executive uses a separate hospital management system to collect facility improvement fund. The integration of the two systems is under consideration so that whatever is collected in the hospitals is reported in the revenue collection system through relevant application programming interface, API. The National Treasury has not provided the relevant application programming interface to connect the revenue system with IFMS. SensePay revenue collection system can successfully be integrated to IFMS as it already works with other third-party systems like KCB and Safaricom.
How much is being collected through this system annually? Because you have said a number of streams that have not been automated.
We have the revenue director present here. I think he can answer that.
Please give us that indication. Who's the director?
Good morning, Chair. I have not heard the question clearly. Maybe, sir, you can.
How much is collected through this system annually?
We collect all revenue through the system except for the liquor that is transferred to exchequer.
How much is collected through
which year, sir? Annually.
The governor has read out a detailed response saying what is automated and what is not automated.
In 2023-2024, we collected 535. In 2024-2025, we collected 400 million. That is 535 million.
What's your name again, Mr.?
My name is David Yanai.
Are you the receiver of revenue?
Yes.
How much money is handled by this system on an annual basis? I'm not asking you about your total collection. how much money is collected through this system on an annual basis?
We collected 400 million last financial year.
Governor, have you understood my question? Yes. Translate
Yes,
it to your
yeah.
officer so that we get the right answer.
Okay, through the automated system, how much, because you are the person in charge of that one, how much do you collect through that system?
We collect all revenues through the system, and in this case, we
Listen
collect
to the
400.
governor's response.
Yes.
The governor has told us the exceptions, the streams that cannot be automated.
Yes.
And we understand. So tell us, on the automated streams, how much is going through SensePay?
If specifically for the financial year 2023-2024.
2023-2024.
How much did you collect
Yes.
using SensePay? How much did you collect outside SensePay?
Okay. We collected 177 through the system, 177 million through the system. The other one we collected through the FIF. Then we have.
So it means all your revenue was collected through the system?
Not all of them in the year 2023-2024, because there are areas that we collected. We did a demand letter to Talo that we got 258 million.
Was that collected through the system?
No.
So when you reduce that from your 446 million,
yes,
you have about, actually if you remove the 262 million on land rate, which likely I think is what came from Talo, you have about 184 million collected from the other streams. So are you telling us that all that was collected through the system?
No, that we have the FIF that we've indicated in our response that we use a different system to collect. That is the hospital finance.
Did you sign this ROR statement?
Yes.
You said your name is?
David Ayanai.
David Lopeyok Ayanai.
Yes.
Go to your statement of receipts and disbursements for the year ended 30th June 2024. Because we need a factual. I'm asking you very straight questions, but you're giving us stories. Tell me, the first entry says 83 million. Was that collected through the system?
Yes, sir.
100%?
100%.
Land rate, 262 million?
We collected through the system.
Even the Talo, how did Talo pay through the system?
We collected the part, there is the part that we collect through the system, and the other one we collect through the demand letter that is the 258 million.
My friend, you are not utilizing the time of the Senate properly. You paid 35 million for a system. I want to know, for 35 million, what is the value, what is the utility of the system? That's where I'm heading to. So I don't want long stories. Just tell me that in this financial year, Governor, you have said land rates and rents, property rentals, etc., market shops, market stall, and slaughterhouses have not been automated. Isn't that your submission?
Yes.
So just tell me, for the 35 million system, how much is going through it? It's a fairly simple question.
Yes, Chair, that's why I'm giving the person who deals with issues of collections to really give us the details correctly as asked by the Chair.
It seems even you, after his explanation, you still cannot tell how much.
Yeah, I'm not really consuming what he's telling us.
So if you can't understand it, how?
Because, Chair, what I know, the only money that we collected outside is the Talo 200 and about 58 million, which was distributed to various projects in the county. The rest of the money is in a position to tell us which one was collected through the system and maybe how much was collected outside that particular system.
So, officer, your governor is not understanding you, and there's no way if your governor does not understand your response, the senator from Momebe will understand it. So can you make it much easier for us? Have you understood our question?
I have understood, sir.
Give us the answer.
The other revenue is unstructured one that we collect through the POS, which is still the system. So the remaining balance from the 258 is still...
SensePay and POS is the same thing?
Yes.
So how much is collected through the system? I'm repeating that question. And how much is collected outside the system?
We collected 177 million through the system, then the remaining is outside the system.
And which of these, because you said you are signatory to these financial statements, in that schedule, can you tell us which row was collected out of the system?
Why don't you have these documents? What's the problem?
They have taken all our documents, Chair. In fact, they must pay me consultancy fees because apparently they don't have even financial statements on receiver of revenue.
You know, the question in our minds is this system value for money? That's what we're trying to establish, and it's not coming out properly. Because what you're reporting here as a successful growth in OSR of 446 million includes a one-off payment of from Talo of how much? 258 million. So is the system value for money? Is the system improving efficiencies which can be demonstrated by revenue growth? That's why I keep insisting that your officer should know so that we are able to form a view.
Chair, I demonstrated that we collected the 177 million from the system. The remaining 357 we collected out of the system because the hospitals are using different system, and the other one we did a demand letter. And we collected 95 million from the FIF that is using a different system.
You know, Chair, it would really have helped if the receiver of revenue would have just told us the exact amount of money that was collected through the system. You know why? The question that Chair is trying to understand is you have spent 35 million shillings to acquire a system. But after spending that money, two things. One, you don't seem to be very sure how much money you have received through the system. Secondly, you are still collecting money outside the system. And when you say that you collected 258 million shillings from Tulo through a demand letter, I'm very sure, well, I cannot be sure, but I want to believe that there are other collections that you made, arrears that you made outside of the system, and that's one to compute so that we are sure how much money exactly did the system help you to collect in that financial year. That's a simple question.
Chair,
it's 177 that we collected.
Chair, can the gentleman hold his horses? And Chair, from these documents has been signed by the good gentleman, and he continues to mislead all of us. Why doesn't he take an oath? And which profession, county receiver of revenue, are you an ISPAC member? What is your background? Just go on record.
Economist.
So you are not registered with anybody?
No.
Okay. Chair, maybe to Governor, maybe who owns this sense pay, and what is the agency fee? I request that you write my question so that I don't need to come back. So who owns it, and if the county does not own, how many agency fee are you paying? And Chair, finally, I've seen from your response when the OAG came, you did not have a designated parking. But from the response in your next chart, you have 295 parking spaces within sorry, Chair, in your indulgence, within let me just go there, just your indulgence, Chair, just let me rush through. In fact, from your, I just want to ask a basic question, so that the people of Turkana can understand. In the audit query of OAG, it has indicated that you did not have stickers and collecting parking fees. But from your response, you have designated 295 parking slots. And in fact, you have said in Logachar stage, you have 52, Elimu stage 54, Ruby stage 40, Konda stage 40, Rolcrom stage 64, Cooperative Bank stage 25, Kakuma stage 20. These are, you have said Turkana County Government Register of Parking Slots. Yet, in the response from the OAG, they did not cite. And in your argument is that you are yet to finish the marking. Mark you that the revenue potential is 2.5 billion. If you remove from the tallow oil, you miss revenue target by over 2 billion. Yet you are saying, your receiver of revenue is saying the system that you are using is efficient and has value for money. I don't see value for money. Number two, and finally, Chair, on this issue of revenue, I have seen you have produced the appointment, and you just did it the other day, Governor, in your annex. You have appointed an ad hoc committee to look at the efficiency. And I agree with you, because from the response of your receiver of revenue, he doesn't understand what is going on. So I agree with you, that is why you went and looked for an ad hoc committee. But you are failing something. Chair, the governor has not proved that this ad hoc committee has even sat. How does he need to prove? By providing even minutes to show even inaugural meeting where that ad hoc committee made and agree on TOR or terms of reference. So, Governor, apart from you appointing, where is the proof that this committee is effective? Because, Chair, I remember you having serving the longest as the chair of this committee. We have had cases where audit committees are appointed but they are dormant, because there is no proof that they are functional. So where is Governor, is the minutes to show that the ad hoc committee have started, even inaugural minutes, because I can't see here. Chair, those will be my three questions.
So what we do for your first question, it relates to the second issue that the OAG raised. So we look at it, then we can now come back to the task force, because there's an observation that there was a failure to renew annual maintenance of the revenue automation system. So we need to ask ourselves whether we are dealing with a valid contract or whether the system is still in use. And then we can answer the question on annual maintenance costs, which is implied in that query. Vice Chair?
Yeah, Governor, your officer has divided the revenue streams into two, structured and unstructured. Which are the structured revenue streams? And which are the unstructured? Start with structured.
Okay. Just note that. You want the response now?
Yes, so that then I can ask the next question.
Okay. Please proceed.
Just mention them.
Through the chair, the structured revenue streams are the ones that have background information, like the single business permits. You have to get the ownership, the location, and everything. So the other one, like says, is the unstructured, because somebody passes, then goes without, just pays, and you have no historical information.
So you have indicated that for the structured now, the structured revenue streams are fully automated.
They are fully automated. Yes, sir.
You said for the automated structure or the automated revenue streams, you use POS. That POS is part of the structured streams.
POS is part of the system?
It's part of the system.
Yes, and we use the unstructured ones to collect that one, yes.
Now, in the main audit report, page 3, you have indicated that on page 3, that the county government began automation in 2015. The county has now fully automated structured revenue streams. Is that not so? The unstructured revenue is collected through POS machines. Yet you said the unstructured are not automated. Yet you say the POS machines are part of the system. Now, which is which?
POS machines are part of the system.
So when you say the unstructured revenue is collected using point of sale machines.
Yes.
And you say the unstructured in this other document are not collected using the system.
Maybe it's a bit of misunderstanding, but the structured one and unstructured one have their own ways of collection. So the other one we use directly the system, and the other one we portion the POSs. That is a portable.
But are you seeing the contradiction yourself?
Governor, we'll soon demonstrate that there are significant leakages in on-source revenue collection in Turkana. Just something that the Senator Maruma has highlighted. If you look at collection on single business permit, which your officer says is structured, you've got historical information. So did that line grow? Do you expect that with automation and efficiency, that single business permits is going to drop? Or do you expect that it's going to grow? You know, looking holistically.
Okay, we are really fighting to ensure that everything is automated so that we grow the revenue collections in Turkana counties. I think why we brought a new person who now seems to really not is not a position to align things according to the questions. I think according to his answers, it will not grow. But from our systems...
No, Governor, you'll make your decisions on the competence of your officers when you go back. We don't want to be part of that conversation. But in that financial year, did you expect that single business permit collection would drop? Or you expected it to grow?
We expected it to grow.
But then it dropped from 48 million to 39 million.
Yeah.
Why would that be the case if this is a fully automated collection? Would you, how would you explain that? That it was not an election year, it was a normal year, no COVID. Why would single business permit collection drop from 48 to 39 million?
Okay, I think I will give finance to
because the assumption is that with automation, there is efficiency. As the economy grows, even your collections would grow. But when it reverses, it's a problem.
Honorable Chair, from the documentation that we have, actually the revenue grew from 41 million to 48.
Which documentation are you referring to? I'm referring to the report signed by County Receiver of Revenue and Head of Revenue Reporting.
I'm looking at note 12 to financial statements.
Of what? Receiver of Revenue?
The document from, yes, Receiver of Revenue, County Turkana, County Government of Turkana, as of 30th June 2023.
2023? But we are dealing with 2023, 2024. You are looking at a report of 2023?
Yes, the document that I have was that for 2023.
This meeting is to consider the report for 2023, 2024. The receiver of revenue, you signed these financial statements. What was the performance of single business permits? Cannot be around, be precise.
Yes.
It was how much?
39 million.
What was the collection in the prior year? What was the collection in the prior year? These are your financial statements. You're the one who signed them.
It was 48 million.
So, was that a drop or a growth?
A drop.
Of 9 million?
Yeah.
How would you reasonably explain that? It's an automated system. everything is being done in the system, it's a structured revenue
You can
stream.
answer that.
What is this that happened that single business permit dropped by 9 million? Governor, I'm sure you would like to get that explanation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was it paid and pocketed? Receiver of revenue.
Yes, sir.
Where did you take these 9 million?
The arrears that we've reported in the financial statement that we've included in the report, we could not collect at that time. I think it passed over to the other financial year.
Governor, does that make sense to you? If you are to go back to Turkana to explain why single business permits dropped by 9 million, is that something you can explain to the elders of Turkana?
It doesn't, Honorable Chair, I think the director is not really giving the true position, but there was a drop. You see, Turkana County is one county, I believe it can really collect enough money because we have entities or organizations within Turkana County that we should really get to draw a lot of revenue to our county. So I expected my director to really explain the drop, what occasioned the drop from 48 million now to 39 million, because I may not really understand. I give them a lot of independence in terms of, is the one in charge of the entire revenues of the county.
It's a 20% drop.
Yeah.
And you know, that would mean that 20% of businesses shut down in Turkana, isn't it? Is that the case?
Yeah.
No, but is that the reality? That 20% of businesses shut down in one financial year?
Not really.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, through the governor, I want the receiver of revenue to confirm his statement that all structured revenue streams are automated. You confirm that?
Yes, I confirm.
So where do you classify revenues from liquor licenses? Is that structured?
They are unstructured.
Unstructured?
Yes.
Okay. I just want that confirmation.
Didn't answer my issue on parking because that's a very
we'll come to parking. I wanted us to deal with the legitimacy of the contract, what we have cited here.
Okay.
Yeah. Auditor General, what was your observation when it came to the renewal of contracts? Failure to renew annual maintenance of the revenue automation system.
Thank you, Chair. Failure to renew annual maintenance of the revenue automation system. Review of the systems used in their collection of revenue revealed that the contract for annual maintenance of revenue automation system expired on 28 September 2020. However, the vendor has continued to perform the annual maintenance services without a valid contract. In the circumstances, the system's integrity, confidentiality, and availability for service delivery could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, what was your response on that?
This one, Okay, record reveals that the contract for annual maintenance of revenue automation was extended up to 30th June 2021. The extension of the contract has been implied by the conduct of both parties since they still owe each other contractual obligations, which are yet to be discharged. The county executive will evaluate and ratify the current implied extension of contract to allow the finalization of pending contractual obligations such as procuring the relevant infrastructure, training of users, and integration of all revenue streams.
Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. On our verification is that the management did not provide evidence of the annual maintenance of contract by way of this extension notice, and as correctly said, the renewal is implied, and probably the problem we are having with the revenue collection could be maybe because of the system or the system owners. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, what are you paying as annual maintenance fees? I think Senator Cherargei had asked that.
4.3. Okay, the revenue, see what is 4. Chair, we pay 4.3 million as the annual maintenance fee for the system.
A fixed sum, not a percentage.
A fixed sum. We've not gone to percentages.
So, on what strength are you paying the 4.3 if there is no valid contract? What is this thing about implied? Surely, that's not how you run government.
Maybe it's
County attorney, is that how you do things? That you assume that because you still have pending obligations, then it just runs?
Thank you, Chair. I'm meant to understand that there's an addendum that has extended the contract, which was not attached to this document.
Meant to understand, but
they
the
can.
person who should really advise the government.
Could there be an addendum about the county attorney's...
At one point, I was not within the county government. I just joined in December. So the other people were doing...
Yeah, point of order, but the governor said you
obligations.
took over. You are part of the system. You are the county solicitor.
County
And
attorney,
there is what we call
you are
institutional
treading on
memory.
dangerous grounds. The county government of Turkana has existed since 2013. So let's take that view. Even if you joined yesterday,
Yes, Chair.
yeah, we are talking about the government. So there is an addendum to extend the contract.
The contract, yes.
From 2021.
Yes.
But that was not given to the Auditor General.
Yes.
Why?
I think the director would be able to inform us on that.
Finance Minister.
Or the finance
Chair,
minister.
before you, the director goes there, Chair, I keep reminding us, let us not be pushed into carrying out audits in this room because we cannot do that. The auditor, through you, Chair, was this a matter that you thought was necessary, was material? Did you think that the document was important for? Because when you start telling us about implied extensions, and we are being told there is an addendum that we have not seen, did the auditor question about that addendum to the contract?
And even so that they can respond to both. If there is an addendum, you cannot use the term implied. That there is implied extension. So either there is an addendum, which is lawful to extend the contract, or it is implied. Those two are different. I'm not a lawyer like Senator Cherargei, but as a lay, that's what I understand.
But you are a teacher of lawyers. You have been a teacher.
We are making small things look very bad. Fairly small things, but now they're looking bad. But your question was to the OAG, or it was to the executive. Even though OAG, your light was on, you wanted to say something?
Okay, I wanted to respond that our query or our observation is failure to renew the annual maintenance of the revenue automation system. So we are not in doubt that we found in a document or addendum. We are saying that we were not provided with that document.
Was there any disclosure that there was an addendum when you are doing the audit? There was no disclosure?
No.
Maybe.
Was there a question to that, officer?
Yes, we have an addendum that will fail to the committee.
So when was that addendum executed?
Chair, maybe we could not find it.
If you have it, then you know the date. If you can't tell the date, then you are telling us.
The addendum was signed in 2021 by the officers that were there to give the service provider this leeway of doing the maintenance for the service up to when we will have It's now handed over to us.
Senator Cherarki.
Chair, maybe what I can say at this point in time, we need to look at the original contract plus the addendum, because, and you know, Section 62 of the Public Audit Act, and the county attorney is aware, it is an offense to not provide documentation as per the public audit. So, Chair, I think my request was that is one, since we cannot ask further questions, is we need to relook at this sense pay, get the contract, look at the addendum, Chair, and then you must meet proper punishment against the director for misleading this committee. Because, and I have requested from Abtin time that, Chair, the director, receiver of revenue must take an oath. You know, he's taking advantage because it's only the governor who has taken an oath. So that's why he's saying statements left, right, and center. And here, Chair, the statements you make here is factual. It must be understood that by these officers. And I know, Chair, in the past, some of the county officials have been taken to oath. So, Chair, finally on that issue, Governor, you can see, because even if these responses were prepared by CCM of Finance, by the time writing that the automation was extended up to 30th June 2021, and then saying the contract has been implied by the conduct of both parties since they still owe each other contractual obligations, which are yet to be discharged. Then the director, receiver of revenue is saying there is an addendum. But from the response of the governor, it looks like it is implied. The extension has an implication. So it's just implied, Chair. So which is the correct answer? Because reading of that statement.
Yeah, that's what we've been grappling with. And Governor, you have a serious problem with your revenue collection systems, controls, and even governance. We have demonstrated to you that your single business permit reduced by 20%, which cannot be factual in an economy that is growing at 5%. You will notice also that physical planning and development, you collected 2.4 million the prior year, and this year you only collected 395,000. 395,000. Again, quite unreasonable, because I'm sure this is the approval plans, those things that happen that are indicative of a booming economy. We have been to Turkana and we have seen some of the activities that are going on. There's some economic growth. Unless, Governor, you are saying that under your leadership, the growth of Turkana is reducing by 20%. These numbers here, the drop in these numbers should tell you that there is a problem. Either the system is ineffective or your collectors of revenue are pocketing the money.
Chair, I think you are indeed completely very true. Turkana economy is really booming. It's doing very well. I did direct the former CC Finance, because as the governor, I'm not comfortable with the previous automation. I had directed them to do away with that, because I do not really know what is inside that particular organization or automation. So I wanted them to come with a new one, because we were in discussion with the Council of Governors through the CEO to see how they can send an independent team that has helped the other counties to really automate the system, so that I have the county now owns a system that all of us understand. So what they are referring as implied or what is what I did direct to them, that we need to get a new consultant to do to provide us a new system, because I do not really want to dwell into what I think, but the other system, even as governor, I'm not really comfortable with it. I directed him to come to get a consultant that will help us get now a new system that will ensure that our revenue collections, because we can collect good money from the refugees, from other quarters, the business community, and others. So it's not, to me, even true that it has to go down. We should be, as a county, now growing our revenue strongly. So I think the director will get us sitting with him to really see how best, because he's the person dealing with that system and he understands better, he has the better questions to do.
Yeah, you must take leadership, because when it comes to the Senate, you're the one we will whip. Your director has not taken an oath. It is you taking responsibility. So these things need to be dealt with. Senator.
Yeah, Chair, the Auditor General has alluded to the fact that, according to CRA, the potential for revenue for Turkana is 2.5 billion. Do you think that is achievable within the streams that are there, or are there some other streams that you must tap into to get this 2.5 billion? Do you agree with this projection? What is your take?
With a better system, Turkana County can collect good revenue. So the most important thing, as guided by the Senate, is actually to have a better automated system, which is owned by the current government. The other previous things as connections to other maybe world, which I may not really understand. I did direct to them, we need to get our own system.
No, I think the question was whether 2.5 is achievable. And Auditor, maybe you'll need to guide us. Yesterday, or the day before, when we were looking at a similar report for Homa Bay, they had put in public health facility revenue collection. Now, in the case of Turkana, that has been excluded. So what should be the standard reporting? Because Homa Bay was doing 1.2 billion with 800 coming from public health facilities. Turkana is doing 446 million without the public health facilities included. There must be a standard, consistent way of reporting.
Thank you, Chair. I think with the passage of the FIF, it gave autonomy to the public health facilities to retain their revenue. So I think it's in order for the county to exclude the fees from the hospitals.
So it means that, Patrick, it means that what we dealt with 2 days ago, those numbers ought not to have been in the ROR statement.
Ought not to have been here for the ROR statement.
Okay. Senator Sifuna, go on record.
Chair, Governor, good afternoon. My name is Edwin Sifuna, Senator Nairobi. I'm a member of this committee. I apologize, Chair, for coming late. We had a meeting of the party's National Executive Committee. That is what took my time in the morning, but happy to join. At that point of that discussion, Patrick, how come you didn't say that when Homa Bay was here? Because I have seen people making noise online that I was unfair to point out that 80% of the revenue being declared by Homa Bay is actually from hospitals. So you need to defend me also. Can you make it clear that county governments cannot count revenue that they are picking money in hospitals from poor Kenyans as revenue? Chair, I must be defended.
But let's not reopen Homa Bay issues. We just deal with Turkana. Now I think Patrick has said it. So what were your collections? What were your...
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute, Chair.
Yes, Senator.
Because you also mentioned something about then consistency in reporting.
Yeah.
So today we did the county that includes collections from hospitals as part of their own source. Tomorrow we have another one that does not include that revenue stream. Then it looks really, because then what happens is if you exclude for your county chair and we are not reopening it, then you're not collecting anything. That's exactly what it
That
means.
is what you were just saying.
Yeah.
And
What did you collect from public health facilities? Public health facilities?
95 million.
95?
Yes.
And that includes rebates from NHIF, Linda Mama, and all that?
Yes.
95 million?
95 million we collected in 2023, 2024. 2024, 2025 we collected around 270 something, 229 million.
That is a year that has just been closed?
Yes.
Okay.
But what is worrying, Chair, is the response by the governor when he said that they are not in control of the system and so they are looking for another system. Could SensePay could be sucking some money, like they were told e-citizen is sucking in some money and losing some money? No, that could be really worrying.
And then, Chair, just to add on what Senator Maruma, Vice Chair, said, just 30 seconds. Governor, so when you say you are looking for a better revenue collection system, have you started the procurement?
Chair, the honorable member, I think I said because we made changes into the Department of Finance, I did direct the other CEC to start a procurement system of a new system, because this one I may not really be in a position to understand it properly. So I think the new CEC should then go ahead so that we get a clear automated system which we know its origin.
Whereas the Senate can give recommendations, your directives to your officers must be reduced to writing. So the next time we meet, you must also demonstrate that you have written, you have given instructions formally, properly, for that exercise to be conducted. But I think on the issue of the contract, availing of the addendum, whether it exists or not, we must find your officers to have offended the provisions of the Public Audit Act by refusing to provide documentation to the Auditor General without reasonable cause. And I think we'll be making those recommendations. We proceed, I think we will leave the issues of ROR at that point.
Chair,
and go straight to pending bills.
as we leave that point, Chair, you know, these are House of Records, and I've heard the governor say something that is very, very interesting. They want to get a system that they understand its origin. So is he doubting the origin of the other system? What is the problem with the origin?
I think, Chair, the member understands what I'm saying very well.
Honorable members, let's look at pending bills. So we are going back to the executive report. When this committee visited Turkana, I think pending bills was one of the major fiduciary risks that the county faced. Auditor General, what was your observation?
Chair, paragraph 3 on pending bills stroke accounts payable. Note 1 and other important disclosures, the financial statements reflects a summary, while Annex 2 gives analysis of total pending accounts payable of Kenya shillings 801,687,224, composed of pending bills at the beginning of the year of Kenya shillings 402,970,454, addition to pending bills during the year of Kenya shillings 612,804,998, and Kenya shillings 214,118,228 as payments of pending bills in the year. Failure to settle pending bills during the year to which they relate affects the implementation of subsequent years' budget programs, as the accounts payable form a first charge on that year's budget provision and is contrary to the Treasury Circular, which requires accounting officers to establish effective financial controls and maintain financial discipline in order to achieve efficient utilization of resources and ensure adherence to financial regulations and procedures to curb accumulation of pending bills. Thank you, Chair.
We had a very lengthy recommendation on pending bills, and it was a recommendation that came out of a resolution of the Senate. So we just take the recommendation as listed there and ask the governor to give us his implementation status.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. The contingency liabilities on legal fees in the financial year 2025-2026, in compliance with the PFM regulations, is 148,920,495 as annexed. 2, in addressing concerns about accountability, The executive affirmed full cooperation with any
Just a minute, Governor. Clerk, was this recommendation in the right place? Because the recommendation is talking about contingent liabilities.
And yet we
are dealing with pending bills. Was this the right recommendation for this?
No, Chair. It was misplaced.
I think that recommendation was misplaced because we had a standard recommendation on how county governments were supposed to deal with pending bills. This must be relating to a completely different matter. Or did you find this to be relevant?
really, I found what I'm reading is not really going with the question.
So therefore,
maybe I read the response. Outside.
Okay, read the management response.
Okay, the non-payment of Kenya shillings 801,678,224 is attributable to delayed exchequer releases and the non-disbursement of June exchequer for financial year 2023-2024. The county has already made a budget provision in the current budget for the pending bills, and the payment is on a continuous basis. As at 30th December 2024, pending bills 431,008,593 shillings had been paid. I think Annex 5 details that payment.
Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. While we are in cognizance of the response by the county, we were not able to get a breakdown of the movement from 801,687,224 to the current balance that our auditors are currently auditing of trade payables coming up to 2,030,108,736. And this implies that either there was no full disclosure of the pending bills, or some have just come up at this point while preparing the financial statements. So we are not able to ascertain the payable bill, the pending bills or the accounts payable for Turkana County Executive. Thank you, Chair.
Now, there needs to be some continuity, Auditor, because when we were in Turkana together, there was a time when we had stories about pending bills being close to 5 billion in Turkana, and 7.2 billion. So now that we are zeroing in on 801 million for the year under review, what has happened to the pending bills for prior years? I don't see you, Auditor, giving us an assurance. Does it mean that they have been paid? And that's why they have not been queried here?
What we found is there have been pending bills verification committee at Turkana County, which was in our previous presentation, I believe last year's, where some of the bills were either paid or found to be ineligible. And that's how the figure has come down, I think from 5 billion to 3 billion to 800 million that we had last year.
Are in these additions for the year, the 800? Are the 800 additions for the year, or 800 is now what you consider to be your pending bills?
The cumulative, as per not.
Governor, what is 800 what you incurred in that financial year, or this is what you now consider to be your pending bills, everything?
Okay, thank you. I think the CC will answer that one, but I wanted to really give some information. The 742 billion was what was handed to us when we came in. But I called for an independent task force to come and really relook into it. It reduced it to 2.2 billion. And then we paid the entire of that money. And then the rest of the bills, pending bills, that were ineligible and others questionable, we tasked the internal audit committee to go further and visit the projects, because some contractors were saying they have completed the project, they have done this and that. So they went round again, they came up with a new figure of the projects that have confirmed they exist and contractors should be paid, of about, again, 800 or 900 million. I think finance will give the exact figure. So I think this one might have arisen from what the internal audit, because even up to now, that internal audit is still giving reports because contractors, there are so many pending contracts outside there that people claim they completed. So we send a team to give us the tangible report of the position of projects. So they raised about 900 and something million Kenya shillings, which we had to add to 2.2.
So to understand it systematically, you inherited 7.2 billion.
They handed over to us. That is what we...
7.2 billion.
Yes.
In your verification, only 2.2 billion was legitimate.
It was legitimate according to the task force.
And you have paid that one?
We paid that one the first time.
Remaining 5 billion, you have re-verified, and 800, 900 million seems to be legitimate.
800 and something or 900 million.
800 and something.
They said the internal audit said it's legitimate, they should be paid. I think we went ahead paying part of it.
But they are not in this register. That 800 is not here.
Maybe finance will tell us.
Chair, can I request your indulgence?
Yes.
You know, governor has misled all of us. Because he says refer to annex number 5, paid pending schedule. When you go there, it's attendance of duty. It's a master register.
This document has been shambled in a way.
By who? You know me, I follow
the
because Annex 5 paid pending bills, but when you go to Annex 5, Chair, you get the duty roster.
Yeah, can we...
So I don't know what... So when governor says he has paid these pending bills, where is the evidence to that effect? Unless the annexes, the other annexes. And you know, Chair, I want to still insist, your members are very industrious. You know, when your clients appear, they think we are too busy to go through some of these documents. This is the third, I think, misleading aspect of the report.
If the document is shambolic, you can point us to the correct annex.
And why did somebody prepare a shambolic document?
Yeah.
Was
Chair,
an intention to mislead the committee?
Governor?
Chair, I think in our first...
Chair, maybe the governor should apologize first. This is a very serious issue. It's closing over.
I'll give those directions. Governor?
Yeah. Okay. In fact, I was just trying to make us understand the 7.2 billion and something, but and the money we paid that particular time. I remember in our first meeting, we did discuss and we gave some supportive document annexes, the same entailing, if we can't remember. And then I remember you directed here that the EACC and some other agencies will look into that previous document that was handed over to us of 7.2 billion. I think some communication came and said we can go ahead and start verifying the existing projects needed. So I think we need to link this one with the first discussion.
I think, Governor, just to deal with Senator Cherargei's question, is there any annexure that breaks down the actual payment? But we must have a broad view of this, because even the 2.2 billion that you are saying has been paid from prior years, it should have been demonstrated that it was paid. Auditor General, you ought to have queried that. Because moving from 7.2B to 2.2B, there needs to be a process. And that process, remember you said your job is not to determine which one is payable or not, isn't it? Your job is to look at it post-event. Have you done a post-event review of pending bills, management and settlement in Turkana?
Thank you, Chair. From the Office of the Auditor General, they took that responsibility. back to the clients to come up with a process of verification of pending bills, pay what is payable, and discard what is ineligible. However, now at the audit point is where we go and check whether what has been paid and what is outstanding, whether it is supported. In this case, what was my response is that first is that this schedule is not available, as I had mentioned. However, what measure we took is we checked the current year, which is currently ongoing, and we have established now the pending bills have increased to 2.030 billion. So,
Auditor, you didn't get my point.
Yeah.
Governor, the 2.2 billion were paid in which financial year? Were they paid in this financial year or a prior financial year? Governor, the settlement of the 2.2 billion, the one that you have referred to, it was done in which financial year?
Okay, we immediately we came in, I think it was in 2023. Yeah, it's when we paid. I think there are two documents here. This document was addressing to your Senate directive. And then we have this other document, which I think it also captures some of the things.
Oh, okay, now referring to that document, when was the 2.2 billion paid? Is it in 23-24?
2023.
Or 22-23?
2022-2023? Yeah, 2022-2023.
So you did not cross into this financial year with any outstanding, with any historical pending bill?
Yeah, I think
your mic is off.
Sorry. I think with the direction that was given by the Office of the Auditor General, that the counties now can see which pending bills are genuine, depending on the ones that were classified as questionable or ineligible, and yet now contractors were coming in and saying, ours, we did the job. So it was the work of the internal audit now to go and verify others. We paid the 2.2. Then there rose another genuine ones of 900 or something million, which we were yet to continue paying because they have been confirmed eligible. But during our time now, of course, some other pending bills will be arising. Depending on.
Question?
I'm not an accountant, but if the pending bills were 7 billion, and then in the subsequent year, the pending bills go down to 2 billion, a difference of 5 billion as declared by the entity, then I think the auditor should be able to ask, why have we gone down from 7 billion to 2 billion? And then the response of the management would be, it's because 500 million were declared ineligible and 2 billion were paid, and so this 2 billion is what is remaining. Do they have that list? Do they have that type of explanation? Because as an auditor, I'm not an auditor myself or an accountant, that type of explanation should be there or should be requested for.
Yes, actually, the last year's response and appearance in this committee had that, it actually demonstrated that, including the internal auditors, or the committees, the internal committee report on the movement from 7.2 to where we were then. So yes,
so
those are
auditor, from a professional perspective, from your constitutional mandate, you can assure this Senate that the pending bills from Turkana have since moved from the 7.2 billion to 801 million.
As at 30th June 2024.
Yes.
However, as the governor has mentioned, the process has not been completed. And that's where I'm coming and saying.
Chair, what do you mean the process has not been completed? I thought he said he formed a verification committee. The task force, has that report be given to you, Governor, through the chair?
Okay. I think I'm referring to this question we are raising here is what we did during the other sitting,
Chair,
the other
with a
appearance.
lot of respect, Governor,
Yeah.
I'm asking a very simple question. You are on record saying you formed a committee, task force. Is the report out? Yes or no?
Yeah, it came out long time ago. We gave out during the first appearance.
Yes.
And we completely everything, even the payment of 2.2 billion that particular time when we discussed, it was cleared.
Is there the schedule of paid pending
I
bills?
think if we can be given a week to reintroduce.
So it's not part of your next just.
A request, yeah, because I think part of it is in this other document. These are two documents.
I think, Senator Cherargei, that's why I think even the Vice Chair and I are trying to put that question to the auditor.
Yes.
Yeah.
To give us that assurance, because, and you understand, because we started from 7.2 billion.
Yes.
And now it is 800 million.
Yeah.
If that is a position confirmed by the Office of the Auditor General, then perhaps you can say something good is going on. And that's why we need that assurance. In fact, I will rely on the assurance of the OAG more than on the statements of the governor.
Chair, I think something else we understood about the 7.2 billion. When I came in, during the handing over of everything to the new government, they gave us a pending bill of 7.2 billion, which is not an issue of the county Auditor General. So I said, before I execute payment of this 7.2 billion, let me form a task force to relook, and it was led by, I think there was a person of the account standards person who chaired that particular thing. They did, and they brought to us, and now that document, the document was handed over to us, indicating two levels of the pending bills. One that was eligible, the other one ineligible, and the other one questionable. So they recommended that we can go ahead now, we pay.
Through the chair, can you give us the breakdown of
That's why I was requesting a honorable member to at least a week. At least a week we are able to.
Yeah, that is interesting. What is questionable? I thought they are either eligible or ineligible pending bills.
I know this matter has been before us, and Governor, we are finding it difficult to believe that we can move from 7 billion to 800 million. 800 million. But if the auditor gives us that assurance, then I think we should be fairly okay. Now, the only danger is that window you have reopened again, you might end up with another 1 billion of fresh pending bills out of the 5 billion. Already you have 800 million, isn't it? Yeah. That have resurfaced. Yeah. So, no, you paid the 2.2. Yeah. You went for verification of the 5 billion, but verified 800 million.
Yeah.
Is that process still going on, or it's closed? So that you can now say that you have an additional 800 million? Because otherwise, you will end up verifying the entire 5 billion. If it's not closed.
It's not yet closed because you need to pay the entire of what is now genuine.
Senator Sifuna.
Chair, I'm a bit surprised by some of the line of questioning. We have struggled here with entities who have pending bills that they never bother to clear. They're not moving. We have contractors crying. When you have an entity that is before you that has moved from 7 billion to less than a billion, I think we should be congratulating the government.
No, it's rare. That's why we are concerned.
Because, people come here to our offices, Governor, small business people, contractors who have supplied or offered services to counties. They have never been paid, some from when devolution began. So this miracle in Turkana is something that should be celebrated. So let's not harangue the governor.
We'll celebrate it once we see the schedules.
You see,
there is no schedule, so can we congratulate?
Let me finish. Chair, you must also allow us to say some of these things. That the confusion that arises in this process is because there was an original audit and then a meeting of the County Public Accounts Committee. Then there was recommendations of the Senate. So I can see why the governor is struggling, because you are sending him back to the original conversation. And I'm sure Senator Cherargei was not in that meeting. That's why he's asking questions that were already asked. So the initial meeting with the engagement
Chair, with your indulgence, all it was written submissions before our table in March.
That's what we are saying. The original engagement, I believe the process that we are engaged in right now is a follow-up on the recommendations of the Senate. So if you ask for a document that was already provided in the initial responses, you are being unfair.
But
No, I think, Chair, I think the thing that you're looking for here.
Members, let me clarify this. Our recommendation on this matter was misplaced. We have just established that, because if you look at the recommendation, it is talking about EACC and contingent liabilities. So we did not put in our standard recommendation on preparation of a payment plan. You know, our recommendation has been a payment plan to be prepared and given to the controller of budget. Therefore, the governor did not respond to our standard recommendation. If you look at his response, he's responding to other things. And I think the mistake is ours. If we had given him the proper recommendation, then I am sure then we would put him to task to provide the documentation required under that recommendation. But I mean, we are just amazed that it's possible to settle pending bills.
I wish the governor, once you clear your 2 terms, I wish he can come to Nairobi. We have a pending bill of 100 billion shillings. Maybe you can move it down.
Okay, Chair,
I
think the
there is no pending paid schedule.
I'm on the
It is just on paper.
Yes,
sorry.
Chair. You know, Sifuna, that's the problem when senators then come into meetings late. Chair, you know what we are saying is, we actually, all of us, we are amazed that you can move pending bills from 7.2 billion to 800 million. It's really amazing. The only thing we're asking for is give us the schedule of payment of those pending bills. So that now,
I think we provided the schedule during our first full of it, and you supported very well. And then,
Chair, let me prosecute my case.
That was a conversation for 2022-2023.
Yes.
For 2023-2024, we took your written responses.
Yes.
So when you last appeared before us, it was for a different financial year. That's why.
And the annex that he has referred us to now is misleading. That's what we are saying.
Yeah.
So we are saying, but if that annex is maybe misspelled, we can be told, no, it was not 5, it was 10 or 15. So we check it.
So, honorable members, let us ask the Auditor General to do what they are constitutionally mandated to do. The OAG to give us the assurance. And that assurance will be through scrutiny of the payment schedules and the records, because here we have only 801 million that was reported. And of course, we have been around, we have seen the movement from the 7 billion to this. Just give us that assurance. The remnant of the 5 billion, our directives still stand that if someone is trying to defraud Turkana County of 5 billion Kenya shillings, that person belongs to jail. And we are still of the view that, I don't know whether you transferred the files to, or referred the files to EACC.
Yeah, they communicated back to us and said we should go now ahead and determine which are these genuine bills we can pay. So after you directed the other time, EACC now can take the entire document as was handed of 7.2 billion. So it was brought and said it's now an issue of the internal audit to really look into the bills that are genuine and go. I think that was again cleared from the other end.
So members, let's proceed and see how some of these pending bills impact on projects. Because I know that there are some projects like the county headquarters, like the residence of the governor, that may have been impacted by non-payment of certain contractual obligations. So this one, let's keep it in view. Patrick?
Yes, Chairman. Now that the team is on the ground,
yes,
they'll put more effort on that. They come to the committee. We'll have a substantive answer.
Please. Please, I think we'll appreciate that. So then let's proceed, honorable members, to the other critical issue that had been flagged by the Auditor General. Unsurrendered interest. Auditor General, unsurrendered interest, you indicated that this is still outstanding.
Thank you, Chair. This is paragraph 4 of the report, unsurrendered interest. The statement of assets and liabilities reflects accounts receivable, outstanding interest balance of Kenya shillings 85,093,020 as at 30 June 2024, as disclosed in Note 14 to the financial statements, where Annex 5 gives analysis of interest and advances. The outstanding interest amount of Kenya shillings 85,093,020, which was due for surrender on or before 30 June 2024 and had not been surrendered by then. This is contrary to Regulation 93(5) of the Public Finance Management Act, County Government Regulation 2015, which requires holder of temporary interest to account for or surrender the interest within 7 working days after returning to the duty station. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law, and the county is likely to lose funds due to unaccounted for interest. Thank you, Chair.
Clerk, what was our recommendation?
The committee recommended that the accounting officer recovers the outstanding interest with interest as per the provisions of Regulation 93(6) of the PFM regulations. And the committee further recommended that the accounting officer be surcharged if they fail to recover the interest with interest in line with Regulation 93(7) of the PFM regulations.
Governor, what action has been taken?
Okay, thank you. I start with the response. Turkana County Executive Aid an outstanding interest amount of Kenya shilling 85,093,020 as at 30 June 2024. Surrenders amounting to 48,414,680 have been made, while 36,678,340 have not been surrendered. The county government has initiated a recovery of the outstanding and surrendered interest amounting to 36,678,340 in accordance with the PFM regulations as referred in Annex 10. On the implementation status, the county government initiated recovery of outstanding and surrendered interest amounting to Kenya shilling 36,678,340 in accordance with PFM Act. Recovery letter and sample payslip is there. Idle cash in bank, no. That is the status.
Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. We have been able to confirm the list of outstanding interests of 36,678,340, and there's interest surcharge of 4 million, so the total is about 40 million. However, our questions are that where interest was issued, it's issued to perform a certain duty, to travel for a certain function. So if the interests have not been surrendered 1 year later, then could indicate on an issue of public financial management. Mismanagement. Yeah.
We have a list here. Where is the evidence that the money is being recovered from the officers? Is there that evidence that
yes,
you saw?
we have seen the payslips for the recovery of the same.
So has it been fully recovered?
No, there's the balance. The 36 million is the balance we are talking of as of today.
So, Governor, you could point us to that? Because I'm seeing a letter by Dr. Michael Ekidor, and I'm seeing a schedule there with interest. So, OAG, where is that evidence that you saw? Is it in the pack that we have?
Yes, it is.
Could you help us? Because issuing a schedule is one thing, but effecting recovery is another.
Chair, I've seen some pay slips here, but it's quite worrying. Like if you go to page 116, page 116 has a pay slip for one Mr. Abdi Mohammed Ismail. And when you look at the interest recovery there, there's a figure in brackets of 706,000 shillings, Governor. Does that indicate that that is the amount of interest this officer owes, if I'm right? Now, if you are recovering 42,000 shillings per month, how long will it take to get that money back? What was this money for? Doesn't it mean this officer was given this money and used for personal reasons and you are recovering it from him now? Is that what it means?
Kadra here, the chief officer in charge of public service can answer that question.
Though you have seen the total amount the guy takes home?
I think it's zero. Net pay.
The total amount that this person is supposed to pay is 706, but we are deducting monthly at a rate of 42. He's a PNP staff, so there is a schedule to deduct this money. But however, if he's able to surrender the interest and give us a legitimate reason on what this was used for, we have a committee that will sit down and look at it. But as of now, the staff has not surrendered the interest and hasn't given any communication, despite the Department of Public Service writing to him. Thank you.
Do we know what the money was for?
I can see he's an accountant. I cannot remember well, but it was an activity in the Department of Finance.
So, Senator Cherage?
Chair, maybe Governor, what is the impress management system within the departments? Because I know, for example, like Safari Impress and the rest, those are impress that are issued at personal, and there is a timeline that you must surrender. What is the management system? And then number two, I can see most of these officers through the chair have been issued more than 500,000 Kenya shillings. Some of the reason they say, for example, Erupe Senior, this year governor's visit in Turkana East, health impress 531,200. So what did it mean? The governor's visit in Turkana East, the health impress was 531. When you say that, I thought as a governor, you can visit anytime, anywhere, as part of your role. And then finally, I can see, I thought like the one on Rowan Marathon or the one on DEFCON. Like, for example, let me use this one. Like there was the one for 7th edition of Annual Tourism and Cultural Festival. There was a payment for Ligan guests, artists, DJs, and traditional exhibitors. The officer, Lucas Achuka, was issued 628,500 to pay DJs, traditional and guest artists. And you can see, Chair, a majority of these imprests are through tourism. So my question, Governor, in such this 7th edition, I thought it is sponsored, and the money that is normally raised for the entire support. So this 600,000+ shillings issued by Lucas Achuka, is there a way you can track? Because I know DJ is one of, maybe those exhibitors is one of. Is there evidence to show, as the chair has asked, that payment was made? And therefore, I think Senator Sifuna said that, where could it be the officers are taking advantage and taking the interest? The reason they have not surrendered is because they are spending it on their personal expenses. So what is is it a long con?
It's a loan.
It's a loan, as if they are taking a loan, soft loan. So that comes to my point of how do they control the issue of interest.
Okay.
So that they can answer both. The officer, the gracious lady, has indicated that there is still room to clear the interest through maybe bringing the evidence that the money was spent. Auditor, is there room to still clear this interest? And so if they give the evidence that the money was well spent, then would you reimburse that money to them?
Yeah, because there are timelines in the PFM Act and regulations beyond which, if interest is not surrendered, then you don't have that other leeway of a task force that the officer is talking about. Auditor.
You are right, Chair. As per PFM, the period is within 7 days of return from the activity or the trip or from tour of duty. So, yes, the law is fixed on that. However, we still find, of course, on other basis, the management trying to accommodate the officers. But that's the law, that within 7 days it turns into an advance or a loan that should be recovered with interest. Thank you, Chair.
And again, I know Senator Cherargei had asked about the practice or policy around interest management. There cannot be any practice or policy outside what is in the PFM regulations. In fact, it's extremely detailed, including the responsibility of accounting officers.
Chair, just a comment on that issue of interest. It's an area you and your committee, all of us, may want to pay a lot more keen interest in. Chair, I'm not trying to give the governor bad ideas, but it will be remembered that a few years ago, this matter of interest is the one that caused the finance offices of Kitui County Government to go up in flames. When people realized that investigators were pouncing on them, so they banned the office to conceal evidence. Because you cannot explain how one person, for one activity, gets an interest of 700,000 shillings, and at the end of the month, they are earning zero, and they are still coming to work.
In fact, Chair, I don't know if the person responsible for human resources in Turkana is here. Are they here, Governor?
I think it's present here.
Yeah, because that issue was raised by the Chair. Who is that person, Governor? When your HR manager looks at these pay slips, I think he needs to comment. I don't know if it's a substantial issue in the audit on statutory deductions going below the statutory limit.
Yeah, there's a substantive issue of 1/3 salary rule.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we can call the payroll manager.
Where are they, Governor?
Director
and the
payroll manager is also outside here.
Sifuna, you have intimidated witnesses, so no one wants to own up that they are the ones running that function. Why don't you put the question? It might assure them that.
No, I mean no harm.
That you mean no harm.
Governor knows that I am ordinarily a very nice person. These rumors that circulate about my character is not true. Is the officer in now?
Chair, I want to raise that issue. Interest is like a statutory deduction. So if you own interest, everything else is stopped. The only thing that the county should be asking, how does that person survive? But it is allowed to have a zero if you have a zero salary if you got some interest. The other thing I need to raise, the county should be telling us where those people went. They have the original warrant if the interest was issued. They have a duplicate. Original is with the county and the duplicate. So if they have those records, they should be telling us where those people and the reasons why those people took the interest.
Okay, that's clear. That's you've given us a factual position from the Treasury. Senator Sifuna, what question did you want to?
I don't know if the human resource manager.
Maybe you can ask her.
Yeah, we were looking at these pay slips of some of your employees, Governor. So I want him to just address that question that has been raised again by the auditor. How do these people survive? You know the law. Is somebody allowed to go home with the zero pay? Just tell us your name.
Okay. I'm James Ayen, payroll manager for Turkana County Executive. To answer on that, yes, someone can get zero balance if this is a government liability.
government liability first takes a priority because you had already taken the money, then a priority is given to total reduction, then government liability takes the second priority.
Okay. Who is the human resource manager?
I'm here. Judy the turn.
We can't hear you.
You may be on your feet so that we can be able to see you.
Yes, I'm here. Judy Lorraine Chan, Director Human Resource.
You are the Director of Human Resource.
Yes.
You are a member of the institute.
Yes,
What's your number?
15150.
Give us a view of how these people survive from a human resource perspective. When they take home, the guys in payroll don't care. They are saying for as long as it's a government liability, it's okay. But from a survival perspective, what is it, from a human survival perspective? What do these payrolls talk to?
On the survival tactics, probably, maybe I can say maybe if they have businesses, maybe they can do on the hustle ground.
I was afraid you are going to say they survive on wild fruits and honey.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, interest must be surrendered, and if not, it must be recovered at an interest rate. And OAG, what we have are sample payslips, give us the assurance that all those who are still holding interest have been, the reductions are happening. So maybe it's something you can keep in view and deal with in your current audit. Let's proceed to the aggregation and industrial park issue. Idle cash in bank for county aggregation and industrial park.
Thank you, Chair. Idle cash in bank for county aggregation and industrial park. The Council of Governors at the meeting held in May 2023 deliberated on the implementation framework for county aggregation and industrial parks, which amongst others resolved that the Council of Governors to consolidate and share the list of counties qualified to implement the aggregation park project under phase 1 based on the set evaluation criteria. The county government are the procuring and contracting entities for the aggregation parks. The Council of Governors to share the bills of quantities, designs and drawings, cost estimates and tender documents to governors for their customization. The Council forwarded the tender documents incorporating the tendering forms, evaluation and qualification criteria, bills of quantities, drawings and contract forms, which the county government of Turkana was requested to customize and submit to an updated website link for processing and advertisement by 23rd May 2023. Review of documents provided for audit revealed that the management developed and submitted a path development plan for the park through a letter dated 5th July 2024. It also sought approval and opened a bank account at Central Bank of Kenya in April 2024, and the project is domiciled at the Ministry of Trade, Gender and Youth Affairs. However, there was no evidence that management submitted to the designated address customized tender documents for the county for processing and advertisements as required by the Council of Governors. In addition, an amount of Kenya shillings 100 million deposited in the project bank account has not been utilized and is lying idle. This was contrary to Regulation 83(1), 2B and C of the Public Finance Management, County Government Regulation 2015, which provided that the county treasurer shall be responsible for establishing sound cash management systems, procedures, and processes to ensure efficient and effective parking and cash management practices. For purposes of the regulation, sound cash management includes ensuring payments, including transfer to other levels of government and county government entities, are made when due for efficient, effective, and economical program delivery, and the county government's normal terms for account or avoiding accumulation of idle purposes. In the idle balances, in the circumstances, management breach the law, and operation of the county aggregated industrial park may be in doubt. Thank you, Chair.
Governor?
The county government has set aside 100 acres of land for the construction of KIPES. Additionally, the county has developed a work plan to facilitate strategic implementation of KIPES projects in Turkana County. The work plan has been approved by the cabinet. As part of procurement planning and to avert risks during implementation, the county has planned to carry out a benchmarking and learning tour for other counties that have already started implementing KIPES. The learning tour that is set to take place from 24th to 30th March 2025 will inform the customizing of bills of quantities, designs, and tender forms that COG shared with the county. I think reference in page 11A, and then implementation
Governor,
status.
your references are misleading. I think that's why you are having a problem with Senator Chirati.
I started with response, then...
No.
Yeah.
Let me help you. Because the Annex 11 AC you are referring to is not here. It is an extra on the document you sent in March. So you need to clarify that, because you know when you refer us to Annex 11,
but what should
it's a completely different thing. I've just observed. I think that's why we have been struggling, because you are referring to Annex 11 AC of your written submissions.
Oh, it's 12.
No, am I misinterpreting? Because if you insist that it's Annex 11, Senator Chirargei will tell you that Annex 11 here is talking about completely different things.
I think I read a different thing.
You have two documents, Governor. So refer to which document you are reading from. Because this one that I have here does not have 11A.
Okay, I think I read a different, sorry for that. I was supposed to read implementation status.
Oh, Governor, wait a minute. Just relax. Because if we don't clear this, then a member will tell you that Annex 11 is completely relevant. So the management response, the annexures you are referring to, are in a different document, which has not been circulated. I think just to guide the members.
So then what are we doing?
And that's why we've been struggling. That's why we've been struggling from the beginning. The annexures that have been circulated, I think, are under implementation status.
Yes.
Adjourn the meeting then.
Yeah? Okay, now proceed with the implementation status.
Implementation status. The customization of bills of quantities, designs, and tender forms has been completed. The management has written to the State Department of Trade and Industry for an inspection of the site to enable the signing of memorandum of understanding. The reference to Annex 12, I think. Okay. And then you mentioned.
So that now looks relevant.
Yeah.
The Annex 12. Otherwise, Annex 11 would have looked. Now let's deal with this thing quickly. You have put 100 million in a special purpose account. Did you put another 100 million this financial year in the special purpose account?
Not yet.
So there's 100 million.
It's 150?
100.
I think
Honorable Chair, it is 100 that was in the account. We are supposed to budget for 150 to complete the 250 that is supposed to be the matching grant from the county government of
The Senate has processed the additional allocations bill that is supposed to channel 250 million to you for this. Has the national government released any of its counterpart funding?
Not yet.
Because you have not broken ground.
Yes.
So why are you not breaking ground and other counties are doing so?
Honorable Chair, to just respond to that, part of the criteria was that we needed to ensure that we have land, and before we do anything on that land, the Ministry of Trade and Industrialization wanted to actually come and inspect and see that this is actually a good site for the KIPE, so that we don't put all the money into a site that will come up to be a white elephant. But we had a meeting with them on the same, so that is why a letter has been written to them to come and actually look at the site, and then we can proceed with the MOU signing for us to continue. But in terms of customization of the bills of quantities that has been done, and I think it is annexed in this report. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna.
I'm just wondering, Governor, do you actually want this park? Because is it something the people of Turkana will benefit from? Your colleagues from other counties have told us here that for their counties, and the example I'll give is Makueni, right? Who said that for them that project does not make any sense. Given where the other counties are, I don't know. How is it possible that you have not broken ground? I was in Kiambu County in Githunguri. There are already structures being put up there at the site. How is it that you have not even broken ground? Do you really consider this something that is beneficial for the people of Turkana, or you prefer affordable houses?
Before take Senator Gataya's question as well.
Thank you, Chair. Governor, did you undertake any benchmarking tour? Because I can see in your response you have been to how many counties?
Yes, through the chair, yes, we undertook a benchmarking tour. We went to Uasin Gishu and Machakos.
What was the learning experience?
From the learning experience, what we found out from them was that in terms of the costing of the project, you know, we have a fixed budget of 500 million. That is the matching grants from the national government and the 250 from the county government. In terms of its implementation, the prior activities that you need to undertake was not factored in that particular one. And the other thing was that as much as they were continuing to implement, the cost is actually going higher depending on what they are doing. And we see now with issues of price inflation, that is something that is going to even affect our own. But the rider was, if there is any additional funds that we will require, then it is the county governments that should actually bear that cost. Thank you,
Maybe
Mr.
just to, Chair, to
remember
reiterate the Senator Sifuna's question. Do you need it?
Yes, that
what would you be aggregating in Turkana?
Governor.
Okay, we accepted to really say we will do the project, but the viability of the project in real context was in Turkana. We have other very critical projects to do than the CAIP thing, because it comes with the other many issues and costs. So it's not really a priority, but because it was coming as a national government thing, the counties, then I think...
So, Chair, that explains it. That just explains it. Because you cannot tell us that the only reason why you have not started is because you are waiting for some surveyors from Nairobi to come down and verify the grounds. Simply, they don't want it.
The answer is already out.
Yeah, they don't want it.
You want to be politically straight, but you can...
You know, I will help the governor, because, you know, the national government has a way of leaning on his office, but they don't have the same leverage with me. You can just say this is something that is being forced down the throats of counties. You are not being consulted. If I remember correctly, Honorable Chair, there was a more serious project that drowned in the lake for the fish factory.
Baringo.
No, it was Turkana.
Marsabit.
Oh, it was not Turkana.
It was, but it was the same. It was Lake Turkana.
It's the Lake Turkana that is confusing me. It consumed a project in Marsabit. But that just goes to show you, Honorable Chair, that when the Constitution speaks about the relationship of these two levels of government, it is clearly not working. That people can sit in Nairobi and decide that what is required in Turkana is this, and yet the people of Turkana themselves are saying, we have other priorities. And it is for us as a Senate to defend the counties and tell the national government, back off. In fact, even in my rural home, Honorable Chair, they started that thing and it has stalled. You can go there for benchmarking on stalled projects.
And Chair, much as it is a national government project done in collaboration with counties, it must be a need for the people. And I think there must be public participation, because we are using public funds. In my place, there is a 100 million market that is being built. I don't know to sell what, because there is nothing there. And even roads leading to the market are not even there. So the priority would be make the roads fast, passable, you know.
In other words, you are saying you don't see any viability of having this project to account. Can you go on record?
Governor.
Okay, as a county, we've already offered offered land. So now that the land has been surveyed and it's available, we have the 100 million. We want to budget 150 million. We are waiting for what you people have directed to the honorable members have directed to actually come. Then we go ahead and implement the project. But the connections between the ministry, because we need to sign some documentation which we've not signed, they are coming. We are still waiting for them to come so that we sign the MOUs. Lastly, I think in terms of what Honorable Sifuna is referring to, as Turkana County, sometimes your account in a very arid area, priorities on food security can be really very important. If that money, 100 million or 250 million, was really meant for doing some irrigation schemes like the one I've done, some team from the Senate visited and they admired at Kangalita, Katilu, Nakwamoru, areas of Morulem. I think would have already have implemented that project. This is a long-term project. It will take our money.
So, Chair, then why would you want to sink 250 million shillings on a project that you clearly don't need?
When are you going to aggregate in the first place in Turkana? I think I want to...
Why not tell the national government that you're not interested? I mean, what would happen? The national government cannot force you to undertake.
You are the president of Turkana. Yeah. What is this that you people fear from the national government?
Why are you living in fear?
You can just say, for me, I don't have that 250 to match. I'm going to put it in irrigation. You are a president also.
Chair, you need to protect your client from intimidation and blackmail. Let me say the following. Chair, in the follow-up on Turkana County aggregation, they have signed an MOU and in fact says, we wish to follow up on the signing of the memorandum of understanding between the State Department and the county government of Turkana as discussed during our meeting. Chair, so there is already an MOU in place that the national government and the county government of Turkana are set in place. So the question is, in fact, when you look at the letter that was written to the PS Mugwana, State Department for Industrialization, I have seen in your, Governor, so that you are not misunderstood, you have even indicated in your letter that we will be instrumental in promoting value addition, industrial growth, and job creation in Turkana. And there is value addition. You are along the leg. You do fishing, I believe, Governor. There is fishing in Turkana, Lake Turkana. There is livestock. You need to process the meat for export. So, Chair, in short, when he says industrial growth and these aggregation plans, the question should be, the national government has given 250 million. They are going to give another 250 million. So I think the question of Senator Kata is relevant. What are you going to aggregate for us who know the things you do? For where I come from, we have maize, we have tea. So if we get industries and what have you, it will be easy. And I remember even in your formation, during the campaign, they say every county must have an industry. That was the manifesto of Azimio. So, Chair, let us allow that, now that we are engaged broadly, allow these things to be implemented within the broad
Honorable members,
engagement.
You had asked me to manage time, but we are now going into debate.
Yes.
This is an audit issue. You have 100 million sitting idle in an account. Those other policy things can be discussed later. You've got 100 million sitting idly, and you're going to add another 150 million sitting idly. As we speak, it is a month of September. Have you paid staff salaries for the month of August, Governor?
Not yet.
But you have 100 million sitting idly in an account, and salaries have not been paid. When is the last month you paid salaries?
It was in June.
So you have not paid July salaries, August salaries. Most likely, you're going to take a bank overdraft to pay salaries. But 100 million is sitting somewhere.
But Chair, you have seen the pay slips. The people who work in Turkana are not expecting any salary. They are earning zero.
Yeah, but I mean, Governor, you get the point. That is a concern. Whether you want the park or not, it cannot be that you've got 100 million sitting idly in an account, not earning interest, reducing because of bank fees, and your staff are unpaid. We were in mediation, I think, with the two senators here on DORA. Was it DORA or CARA? Where we had proposed that we do not approve the disbursement of the 250 million to counties that had not started. But I think eventually we agreed to support all counties. I think the final instrument, because the national government was treating this as a flagship project, despite all these concerns. Those things you can discuss at COG, but there is no way we can be fighting for money to come to Turkana, for it to sit idle in an account, and employees are not being paid. So how do you manage that, Governor? Because that is the reality.
But yeah, there is a very delicate balance, in my view, because this is still public money. We can insist that this thing be built, but if the people there are telling you that it is not going to be viable, at the end of the day, you are going to end up with these holes. And by the way, we cannot allow misinformation in this committee. The industry that Azimio was talking about is industry that takes advantage or adds value.
Members, you have gone back to the debate.
Just a minute, Chair. Just 1 minute.
We'll not be able to manage time because I know Chirargei will want to reply.
No, he can't reply. He's not an authority on Azimio. We were the ones who drafted the thing. Let us educate.
We are nowadays authority, Mr. Sifuna.
The industry was.
Maybe he's authority in Kenya.
Okay, order members.
Maybe on Kenya,
the only authority in Azimio is here.
Through Mushomba,
Don't allow that comeback is not.
Members, we agreed we are concluding by 2, but the rate at which we are going will be here up to 5.
The point that I was making is this. You cannot, I have seen those aggregation parks. They are not the industries that we were talking about. We were talking about industry that exploits the natural resources there. If there is material for, say, clinker plants, you go there in Kitui and put up a clinker industry, not a hole. Because I've seen those things, they're just holes. They're just warehouses for aggregation. So, Chirargei, please, don't misinform us here.
Order members.
Misinforming, I'm talking from authority.
Let us let us not go into party manifestos.
Yes.
Let
please.
us go to regulation 83. Regulation 83(1)(2) BC of the PFM Act, which defines sound cash management as ensuring payments are made when due. You know, that's a violation. All this is drama. But let's go back to the regulation. The regulation requires sound cash management practices, which means that payments or transfers are made when they are due. That's an unconformance. And that's why we had recommended that you put in place proper cash management practices. It cannot be proper to fix money or to put money in a special purpose account for 2 years plus when there are other priorities that are competing, including things like payment of staff salaries. So, Governor, whether you're going to do this thing or not, go back to what sound cash management systems and practices require. And that then should compel you to release those resources to the more pressing or immediate concerns, the people of Turkana. And then you make that provision when the sites have been inspected, when the MOUs have been signed, and when you are ready to start executing. Auditor General, wasn't that the non-conformance?
That's right, Chair. That's the non-conformance on sound cash management.
So, Governor, whether you're going to implement it or not, but the key thing is proper cash management.
And also to encourage the governor that if you don't need this project, it's not a must that you implement it if it is not your priority. You can do other things for the people of Turkana. Yes.
Now, you need to give us a commitment just to conclude that particular matter. I've told you what the law requires. The politicians have told you what the politics says. What are you as CEO committing to do?
Okay, I think now that even the other money from the national government has not really hit our account, so it means the idle money can still be channeled to other most pressing county issues as we wait to really undergo the signing of MOUs. Of course, we've not signed any so far. We will get into other things of channeling money at the right time.
So that is the directive of the committee.
Yeah.
That for proper cash management, money cannot sit idly.
Just is in conclusion, Chair, because Senator Sifuna had said something about misleading, there was misinformation in this committee. In this letter that has been provided, it says in this, we wish to follow up on the signing of MOU. And you are saying you have not signed the MOU. So what did you mean?
I think the CC is here. We've not signed any MOU.
So this letter is misleading.
The honourable members, let's concern ourselves with what the PFM regulations say. Our concern is from a cash management perspective. Yes. Those letters are political correspondences.
Chair, then they should be struck out because they are political. And number two, Chair, maybe in conclusion, you have said this is an audit query. I thought the basis of putting special purpose account 100 million was coming from somewhere. It meant there was an engagement before putting that 100 million to the special purpose account. Or the governor can tell us what was the strength of opening special purpose account to put 100 million.
You know, the governor will not tell you that.
Honourable members, whatever justification
you when you'll be governor of Kitui,
Senator's order,
you just put 100 million and see wait.
Whatever justification there was, from whatever justification there was, whatever business case there was, it is unacceptable for money to sit idle in an account for more than 1 year, 100 million, when salaries have not been paid. Whatever justification there was at the beginning. So, Governor, you have paraphrased what needs to be done, and we concur with you that this money should be released for other things, and it can be provisioned when everyone is ready to do this, in the event you find that it is a priority. So, we proceed to the issue of acquisition of assets. Kataboi Ecolodge. We will look at Kataboi Ecolodge, we will look at the county headquarters, and we'll also look at the governor's house. First of all, EACC, Kataboi Ecolodge is a matter that is in your radar?
Yes, Chair. The matters you've mentioned are under investigation by EACC. The latest status update is valuation processes are what are ongoing so that we can be able to conclude the investigation. But they are being investigated, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, I think we had received a brief, but the fact that EACC is investigating, because there are no charges that have been pressed, it then does not stop us from looking at what the issues are. So, OIG, what was the main non-conformance here on Kataboi Ecolodge?
Thank you, Chair. The issue in Kataboi is that there was a first contract which was fully paid of 76 million. There's a second contract of 60 million, out of which 33 million has been paid. So a total of 109 million has been paid. The project is 72% complete. The contract has expired and the contractor is not on site. So the value for money issue is what we raised, that the project is not being used for the purpose for which it was meant. And given its starting date was, I believe, in 2015, it has been outstanding for a long time.
Auditor, I think it would have been important for you to read it because your first paragraph is something that we need to understand.
Thank you, Chair. As reported in the previous year, an amount of Kenya shillings 18,269,805 was paid to a local merchant for completion of Kataboy Ecolodge at a contract sum of 60,016,621. However, audit review of the procurement records revealed that during the financial year 2014-2015, the Department of Tourism had previously awarded a contract for construction to completion of ecotourism hotel at Kataboy in Lake Zone, awarded to a contractor at a contract sum of Kenya shillings 66,389,746 to be completed in December 2015. Project site.
So just stop there, so that we understand this first paragraph. Were there two contracts for the same thing?
That's correct, Chair. That's one.
So there was a first contract of 66. 60 million. The first one, there was one for 60 million, and then there was another one for 66 million.
Yes, Chair.
Was it for the same scope?
Okay, the first contract was not completed, so that's why they came to a second contract of 60 million. The 66 was the first one. The 60 million came later.
So the 66 was cancelled. It was terminated.
It appears so, Chair.
No. Just say what you are sure of. If you're not sure, the governor is here and is still.
Yeah, the information we obtained is that the amount was fully paid.
66 million was fully paid.
Yes.
And then another contract was executed for 60 million.
Yeah, true.
For the same thing.
Exactly, Chair.
So, Chair, just in the line of your thinking, for the 66 million paid, what about the measured works done? What were the measured works done?
The contract,
there's nothing.
Initially, to our understanding, was to complete the project. So there was really very little done, if any. Thank you.
So, even before you get to the details on variations, whatever percentages, Governor, is that the case that 66 million was paid for Kataboy Ecolodge and nothing was delivered, and another contract was executed for 60 million?
Ongiros, I think you can give the position now.
Chair and honorable members, this project is a project of 2014.
Please state your name and your role in the county.
Longole Wangiros James, I'm the CC Trade, Tourism and Gender.
Okay, so address yourself to the two contracts. Don't even go into too much history. Is it true that there were two contracts for the same project?
Yes, two contracts. After the first contractor failed to complete the work, it was terminated.
Is it true that 66 million was paid for the first
From our ministry's records, what has been paid so far is 36M.
36
million.
Out of
36 million.
Out of the 66?
Out of the 66.
Chair, two things. First, I want to know how much I can say about this project because it's under investigation, right? I need to ask some. I don't know whether it's okay.
Well, it's
Okay.
We have had things under investigation
All right.
for 6 years.
All right, Chair.
So it cannot stop
So
us
now-
from prosecuting it.
So let me understand this. Chair, the contract here is for completion of a project, which means it had already begun. So the 66 million and the 60 million, those two contracts were for completion, not starting a project. So it will appear like initially there was money spent on this project, or what is the position?
Let me just
clarify that.
Yes, Governor.
I think I just want to confirm what the CEC is referring is now the second contract, which I think 33 million has been paid. But
36.
the first one was 66 million.
36 million. He said 36.
No, I was trying to release. Let me just say.
Okay, you proceed.
Okay.
I think Turkana County Executive initiated a construction of Kataboi Eco Lodge in the financial year 2014-2015 to promote tourism in Lexon Ward. The county executive awarded a contract of 66,389,746. And then further, a contract variation of 9,958,464 was approved in October 2018, increasing the contract sum during the first allocation the sum of 76,348,210. In February 2019, the county government and the contractor agreed on mutual termination of the contract. A new contract for completion of the project was entered into in February 2021 at a contract sum of 16,621 with an expected completion date of 1st November 2022. Payment amounting to Kenya shillings 33,121,000 of the second allocation now, 200, has been made to the contractor.
Kataboi College. So what you are saying is in this 33 million that has been made, and this 76 million that has been made, was it made to the same company? And is it because I've had your director, or is it the director of finance department, CC Finance? So it means, Chair, over 100 million as it has been paid to an existing project. And then, Governor, what do you mean by 72% of completion level? And Governor, in this project, because you have said it's 72%, is there a projection of completion date? And do you think if it is completed, will it still give value? I know the money has gone way up, but they say, there is a saying that says, is it an end to itself or a means to an end? So do you think, because you have said 72%, is the project ongoing and it is complete, will it give value to the intended purpose, although it is overpriced? And EACC, Chair, I don't know, because since you are still investigating, is it fair, how many years from 2014, 2015 to still investigate a matter and no arrest or charge or a plea has been made? You know, you are making counties look bad. So what is, my classmate, what can you say at this point? I know I was with your bosses, and Chair, through you, we expressed a lot of frustrations. Don't you think it is important that somebody be charged? Let the accountability of this money that was lost be made. Then even, can you imagine that company might be given a tender in Homa Bay and they do something, or in Nandi, or in Taita, or in Kitui? Would it be better that you charge so that it is even blacklisted, so that any other entity does not give them tender, Chair? So what can you tell the people of Turkana, because that is our only hope?
To the Chair, although some of these contracts were entered into in 2015-16, they were investigations commenced only 1 or 2 years ago. So it does not necessarily follow that we've been investigating since 2015, just to clarify.
Yeah, so I think this matter is in your matrix, as was shared by the leadership of the institution when they appeared before this committee. Governor, in your own admission, money was paid to deliver a project, it was not delivered, another contract was executed to deliver the same project. That's, on the face of it, theft of public resources. This matter, I think, rightfully belongs to the EACC, but Auditor General, you must continue raising this matter until it is resolved by way of prosecution. Don't drop it.
Well noted, Chair.
Yeah, because if you drop it, then we'll not be able to come back to it in subsequent audit cycles.
Maybe, Governor, you had said 72%. Is the project ongoing? Have you allocated budgetary? Maybe you can just go on record, so that as prosecution happens, even if prosecution, at least the value for that project, maybe Governor can indicate whether it stopped. Are you still financing it? What happens?
Is it a white elephant or is it something you're completing?
Finance, let me.
Honorable Chair, just confirm to the committee, as it stands, the project is stalled at this point, so we've not allocated any more money.
So there is criminality, there is also value for money. You know, both attributes, lawfulness and effectiveness, have been violated in this case.
Just maybe for clarification, this project is at 72% completion. Do we need the project? Because if we need the project, just to salvage the money, even if the money has been lost, the remaining works are drilling a borehole and purchase of installation of a generator, something that would cost about 20 million. Isn't it then prudent to just continue because ESCC has not told you not to complete the project? So are you considering just completing the project so that then the people can at least get some value for money, Governor?
Okay, I think your recommendations have always been that we complete those projects that were constructed during the other government, including even the county headquarters, the residents. So the people of Lexon are not really seeing this as the issue of ecology as their priority. They are making different recommendations. That because it has not even built to the status of an ecology. So they are asking the county if that can be changed into a TVET or a polytechnic. That is now the people on the ground what they're recommending. So as we thought it will be prudent, we make our own now final decision following now the recommendation of the people, because I think people have the first say in the constitution. So as we see there is viability to continue the project instead of just leaving it like that. I think in the processes of having budgets, we will put some money to really continue completing, putting the ball, and then we now change it to a polytechnic, because we have another institution that is doing very well for IT. So they're saying we put that one to become a polytechnic. It will enhance or support the other one.
Honorable members, let's proceed to the other big elephant in the room, the Turkana County Headquarters building. This one, OAG, it will be important for you to read your findings, even though they are lengthy, but every paragraph is a smoking gun.
Thank you, Chair. Delay in completion of Turkana County Headquarters building. The statement of receipts and payments reflects acquisition of assets balance of Kenya shillings 2,465,247,617, which includes construction of buildings amount of Kenya shillings 439,858,419 as disclosed in Note 9 to the financial statements. The amount of Kenya shillings 439,858,419 includes contract variation amount of Kenya shillings 156,562,939, comprising of cost escalation and interest charges paid to construction firm for the construction of Governor's office. As reported previously, for construction of the Governor's office was awarded to a company at the contract sum of Kenya shillings 695,854,432. The contract was signed in May 2015 for contract period of 36 months. Sorry. The contract commencement date was 15th May 2015 with an expected completion date of 30th June 2017. The project has been given 3 new completion dates, the third being 30th June 2019. Further, letter dated 4th June 2020 granted the contractor a further extension to 31st December 2020. The contract sum of Kenya shillings 695 million 854,432 included provisional contingent amount of Kenya shillings at 73 million 400,000 in respect of purchase and installation of lifts, air conditioning, plumbing, builders work, connection, electoral works, and project managers' expenses and project managers' stationery. However, all these have been contracted by the county executive. A company was subcontracted for supply, delivery, installation, testing, and commissioning of 3 lifts at a contract sum of 29,497,845. The contract agreement was signed on 17 January 2018. The county government had paid a total of 32,447,629 during the year. However, payment of shillings 32,447,629 exceeded contract sum of shillings 29,497,845 by shillings 2,949,784, which is not supported by approved contract variation. The lifts have not been tested and commissioned. Another firm was subcontracted for the supply, installation, and commissioning of air conditioning in county headquarters at a contract sum of 82,588,770. During the year, the company was paid shillings 14,085,657, although the air conditioners are yet to be installed. Contract agreement, performance bond, record of payments to the contractors, and monthly project progress reports were not provided for audit review. Fiscal inspection of the project on 17 November 2023 revealed that although the contractor was on site, the project was not yet complete and put into intended use. Lift testing and commissioning, carpeting, electrical and plumbing works, and power connection, all of undetermined amount were still pending. Another fiscal inspection carried out on the project on 27 August 2024 revealed that although the contractor was on site, the project was not yet complete and put into intended use. Lift testing and commissioning, carpeting, electrical and plumbing works, and power connection, all of undetermined amount, were ongoing and yet to be completed. In the circumstances, the county was likely to lose funds through contract variations, interest charges, and cost escalations, and the value for money had not been received on the expenditure already incurred. Thank you, Chair.
Governor.
I think implementation status, the project is complete and handed over the county government by the main contractor. The management has appointed an ad hoc committee to oversee the furnishing and commissioning of the headquarters building. You refer to Annex 21.
How many millions later?
Yeah, too much.
What's the total cost? What's the total cost? Before we come back to the details, because we will not run away from the details by saying the project is complete. There are a lot of violations in that report. Can someone tell us how much has been spent to deliver this?
Okay. I think it was 900, eh? 800. Just say the exact figure.
How much? That officer can come here so that whoever has the information, where the sergeant at arms is standing. Do you have the information, or you are still working it out? Because the original contract was 695 million. Six.
No, it says the contract sum was 695,854,432, included provisional contingency amount of 73,400,000.
So let's start from there. So the original contract sum 695. You have said the building is complete. How much has been spent so that we can see whether it has been completed within the budgeted amount?
I think CC Finance will. They're still calculating, yeah, viewers.
Secondly, is it under your administration that the tender for electricals were done?
Not under my regime.
Because that is a second violation where you have just read that there was a provisional sum of 73.4 million for electricals, and yet the county went ahead and issued fresh tenders and contracts for items that had already been captured in the original contract. Is that the right interpretation?
Let me just give it to the person in charge of procurement to give us an elaborate, because he was there.
I think I've interacted with this gentleman. He's very detailed. Today, I don't want stories. I just want to know if there was 73.4 as a provisional contingency amount for electricals, installation of lifts, air conditioning. Why did the county go ahead to contract 2 other firms to provide a service that had already been built into the original contract?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. The 695 million.
Your name for record purposes.
I'm Samson Nakito. Samson Nakito, Director, Supply Chain Management Services.
Okay.
Okay, in the original sum of 695 million, it included some subcontractors. But eventually, when they reviewed the BQs of the subcontracts, they found that what was put there initially was too low because it needed more money. So what they did was only they got the main contractor and the 2 subcontractors. Because the AC, if you see the AC, the amount of money for the air conditioning in that provision was, I think, if I'm not wrong, 12 million. But eventually 108 units of ACs, I think costed like 82 million.
Director.
Yes, sir.
73.4 million in the original contract of 2014. Was that sufficient for electricals, lifts, etc. as at 2014?
No, it was not sufficient. It was not sufficient because there were only 2 lifts. They added the 3rd one. The variation, the extra variation of the lift came. There were now 3 lifts. Initial BQ had only 2 lifts.
Did you read this audit report? You know, you can tell the story and explain something, but the question is, if 73.4 had been included for purchase and installation of lifts, air conditioning, plumbing, etc., then the county went ahead and contracted those services to other firms. That is the illegality that the Auditor General has pointed out here. And those firms, one of them, which was to provide lifts, was even paid in excess, was paid 32 million instead of 29 million. You are providing an explanation and a story. As a professional, is that the right thing to do?
Okay, maybe to expound how the procurement process was carried. They found that it was above 25% what was required for those services. They advertised separately out of this main contract. So they sourced the other subcontractors separate from the initial advertisement.
And there are correspondences to support that?
Yes.
Professional opinions
yes.
and all
yes.
that?
Yes.
There's missing information there. Because then it's true, it's okay. If then you realize that the variations will overshoot 25%, then you decide to advertise for a new contract. What happens to the 73 million? Because it had been part of the provisions for the lifts. And you are saying the lifts initially were 2, then a third one was included. So if 73 was sufficient for the 2 lifts, why did you then sign a new contract for 3 lifts instead of 1?
Maybe to clarify on that, the amount which was provided for the 2 lifts were not even enough. They were not enough. So they had also to come and re-advertise. They advertised for another tender for the person to supply the lifts, because the initial amount provided in the 695 could not have helped them maybe procure.
So was a new contract less the 73?
Yes.
The 73.
So only the 2 subcontractors who are in the main contract of the 695 million were only the plumbing work and the electrical work.
Yeah, I want to understand. Make us understand these things. So if it was less 73, but these are 2 different contracts, how was contractor B, who came in after the variation, how was he supposed to get the 73 from the first contractor who had already signed the contract?
The 2 contractors they were part of the main contractor. They were not contracted separately. They were subcontractors in the main contract. And now we have like 7 subcontractors, of which some small portions were put into that contract, of which we found that 3 million, because the contract was signed in 2015. The implementation of the project was 2017. Then there was a price issue, fluctuation. So we had to come and prepare tender documents for the other 6 subcontractors separately, away from the 2 subcontractors and the main contractor.
There's something I'm not getting, Chair.
Let me add something.
That the main contract sum was 695 million.
For everything.
And embedded in it, there are all these installations like lifts, air conditioning, plumbing, and everything.
23.4.
Why did you choose to go for a new contract? Yet there was already an original contract embedding all these other things like lifts, air conditioning, and plumbing. Why did you go for new contracts? Yet there was already a big contract embedding all those small things. Number 2, even if there was variation of tender to give 82 million variation, still 82 million by 695, that is 11%, still within the 25%. Why did you just do variation of tender here? Unless I'm not getting something.
And Governor, the auditors came and asked questions. I am sure this gentleman was present. After listening to all the stories, the auditors reported to the Senate that in their view, those 2 contracts were not necessary because they were part of the 73 million provisional sum. I don't know whether at this point we should be re-auditing this matter. At this point, we should just be giving directions that this is a clear illegality, and these gentlemen can go and explain these matters at Integrity Center in the presence of investigators. But let me hear from Senator Cherargei.
Chair, it is interesting that Turkana has a lot of problems, including challenges of food security, development, and many. Chair, to me, reading this horror is a clear rip-off of public money, which is done. This was a clear, pure, classical theft. That in fact, we should not be wasting time listening to stories. The ESCC should have arrested the people concerned like yesterday, because spending 695 million, including 74.4 million, another 82 million, others were being overpaid. This is a clear public theft of our resources, Chair. And remember, even when we did the 4th basis, we added similar amount to Turkana County, similar amount. So in fact, in my own assessment, as the good gentlemen are trying to tally up the money, This is one of the most expensive county headquarters I've encountered on planet Earth because it looks like it's approaching $1 billion plus. Yet you have had, Chair, that the governor says the handing over just happened the other day for function. So, Chair, I think, in my own opinion, this matter, the ESCC have taken too long. Unless they are untouchables, unless the ESCC fears something that we don't fear. The people concerned, because, Chair, if you look even the way the contract has been drafted, inclusive contingency liabilities of lifts, air conditioning, plumbing, builders work, connection, electrical works, and project managers' expenses, and project managers' stationery, that is pens and photocopies and what have you, they decided to add 73.4 million. They came and imagine, and if there's, and I don't know the procurement, you, Chair, maybe the gentleman that you know, is he registered with any organization? Because if you have given out the main contract and you have subcontracted, the PMF Act is very clear on the issue of variation. You don't just say, and you know government has a way of operating, Governor, where you give out a contract. If there are variation, there is a certain limit, should not be over, is it 25% of the PMF Act? Then that variation should have been provided to the OAG so that it becomes easy. And Governor, if you, maybe just finally, Chair, you have said the office has been handed over. Are you using the offices? Because in your earlier statement, and that was the reason, Chair, I was asking, in the minutes of the cabinet, that you are doing your cabinet meeting at Bethany Guest House. So does it mean this building has been handed over, but we are not using it? Because even if the investigations are ongoing, the people of Turkana might at least get value, although it is overpriced. So, Chair, I think as Governor answers on the functionality and operation, and tell us, because you are the user, whether these lifts are there, are they like the ones for Bunga Towers that normally freeze? We don't know where they got them. Chair.
Order, Senator.
Chair, you saw the windows falling down the other day in this.
You have made very good points, but they'll be drowned in the
No,
the
Chair,
last
but
part.
I'm the user. That's why I can give experience of Bunga Towers, because I am asking him a question so that we don't leave it even to AG. The lifts, the air conditioning, all those things, are they functional? So that at least the user, the consumer.
You do recall when we visited Turkana, we were told that the ACs had been paid for, but there was no electricity to test them. You remember that one? Yeah. So I mean, as you said, it's a public report. Senator Gatai?
I've reason to direct the procurement. I think there's a lot of literature in his presentation. Governor, your team is not serving well. Actually, if you look at the whole issue here, there's a lot of rip-off. It's pure fraud. I think you had better go back and try to establish exactly what happened to, because I don't think whether there were any procedure followed to make sure that some of these procurement procedures were followed. Correct. So I think your team is relatively feeding you. We don't want to make a declaration. Maybe the chair would just make that declaration, but I think that saga is just pure literature, nothing tangible. Maybe somebody can pick from what the director of commerce just alluded to.
And our expectation from professionals, especially those who subscribe to professional bodies and certain body of knowledge with a code of ethics, is that you have a responsibility to advise the governor, the county, and the entire nation, not just on lawfulness, but also effectiveness and prudence in the use of public resources. So our professional, I think I noticed him when we were in Turkana, because he gave us a very detailed presentation. It is not just about defending something because it complied with a section of the Procurement Act. You must also ask yourself, was this effective? Was this prudent? And from the face of it, even if there was anything lawful about these new contracts, it cannot be effective, it cannot be prudent. Have your officers computed the total cost?
Yeah.
How much?
I think they have submitted the total amount that has been paid is 740 million, 724 and 13.73 Kenya shillings.
How much is outstanding as pending bills?
It has entirely been paid. And then some information that is very important to the honorable members is that the devolution committee of the Senate also did came to Turkana County. And it facilitated the meeting between the county because the contractor was still writing some letters wanting extra payments of a lot of millions of money. I had to request them now to intervene so that we see how best, because it was like, you know, it's difficult for us to get into that building. So that Senate committee facilitated the meeting, and it told the contractor to hand over the contract to Turkana County because the county has already paid him more than he
But
needed.
does that deal with the claims that the contractor is making? Because
It cleared all those things were
your
not cleared.
attorney next to you will tell you that a resolution of parliament cannot overrun a civil matter.
Yeah, and I think the committee helped a lot because the contractor now agreed to throw away all those other claims, and he accepted to hand over the building to Turkana County, so that the remaining works, including the electricity, it will now become our mandate as the current government to finish the remaining small
What would be
works.
the total cost to completion? 740 has already been paid?
This is what has been paid during the previous, but currently
No,
for
we want to get the total cost.
What is the total cost?
Because we are suspecting it's approaching 1 billion.
It cannot go to from our end. What is it?
Because you still have carpeting, plumbing, etc. Of undetermined amounts. That's what the Auditor General says.
The contractor has already done the carpeting for about 2 offices.
What is the total cost to completion, Governor?
Honorable Chair, the total cost for the project is 897,416,662.07.
That is, if you look at the original contract sum of 695,
Electricals, kuna plumbing, structure, cabling, CCTV and all that.
200 million more. Governor, is it that Turkana receives too much money?
No.
That it can just be spent like that?
I think, Senator Chairman, the first time we met, when I was really giving my disclaimer on the same, and then the recommendation you are giving, it was that what should you now do with this building? You need to go ahead and finish the electricals and do other things. So we said the contractor should do the carpeting and many other things he had left, so that we get into the electricals and also ensuring that the machine they put there is properly connected. That's what we have done. The electricals are now ongoing with the team here. I think we have completed the electrical and even supply of water from the aquifer to the entire building, so that we operationalize the building as the committees really directed, that we must get into that new building so that we don't continue using the balconies and the other buildings.
Chair,
Senator,
I wish my question was answered. You know, the original contract sum was 695 million. But within it, there was 73 million for installation of lifts, air conditioning, plumbing, builders work connection and so on, and electrical works. Now, this 73 million was not used for these works, if that is what I'm understanding. There was an extra amount contracted outside these works. Now I'm asking this. Was this 73 million originally meant for purchase of lifts, air conditioning and plumbing and so on, taken in because of loss of time and inflation? Because then, Chair, we need reworking of that BQ. So that we say the original cost was 695 million, But because of loss of time, prices have gone up, and this is how the prices escalated, and so that the 73 million was swallowed by the price increase. I think we need a reworking of the tender document so that you can see what swallowed the money. So much so that another 82 million and the other monies that we are getting, the 200 million also, was used for the extra works.
I think that was what the procurement team that used to be there, because I'm unable really to link all these many figures. That's why I was giving it the procurement director to really give us the position.
Our concern was that in his explanation, he was trying to whitewash the process. And that's why I said professionals have a responsibility to advise where something is not done properly. Then we just say it as it is. And I think, members, this is why we referred this matter to EACC. And it's in your list. So again, the concern is that it's taking quite some time for things that seem to be quite clear as being violations of the law.
Yeah, we need to go back to Turkana. I think we need to go back there anytime soon.
Chair, and I want to ask through your indulgence, I saw the schedule of the EACC when they appeared. I think the Vice Chair and we were present. I want to ask that such matters should be expeditiously dealt with, so that we protect the gains of devolution. It doesn't make sense that 4 trillion shillings have been given from 2023 to now to all counties, yet Turkana has more pressing issues than spending on this building. I think if this money was used prudently, Turkana should have gotten a better deal from this. And I think, Chair, maybe in future, I don't know what the Senate can do. We had extended to counties that did not build their county headquarters. I think like we did to the speakers and governors' residence, there should be a limit of even coming up with county headquarters, because it doesn't look very decent and very good. Chair, and I want to request that let this be finished and encourage. Also, we went there, the location of county headquarters should be where Wananchi should go. We visited Machakos the other day through another committee of ICT. From where the governor's office and the town is, the ordinary Wananchi cannot walk. It is around 2-3 kilometers. So I hope we'll visit and see the functionality of the office.
So OAG, again, this is a matter that will be subject to your scrutiny in this financial year. The EACC already has a file, but please keep bringing it up, because it's a clear violation of all the principles of public finance. What about the governor's residence? Governor, is there good news that you have moved in? At least the headquarters, you are saying you have moved in. What about the residents? You are still drawing the illegal housing allowance?
That one is still in the original position as the members saw it the last time they visited.
So, Auditor, can you just highlight the issue? Because when we say it, people might accuse us of inventing our own things. That 120 million was paid for a building at foundation level, but it's here in your report. So can you be the one to say it? Paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3. Auditor.
Thank you, Chair. As previously reported, the County Executive of Turkana and the local construction company signed a contract for construction of governor's residence. The contract works include the construction of one-story residential house and erecting a perimeter wall. From the records provided, the contractor received payments amounting to cash shillings 120,500,965 during the year ended 30 June 2015. However, no documentation was provided on the contract agreement, the actual measured works, total payments made, and what became of the contract that made a new contractor to be sought. The new contract for completion of governor's residence was awarded to another holdings company, filed open for the completion of governor's residence at the contract sum of shillings 90,563,900. The contract was signed on 24th April 2019 for a contract period of 52 weeks, with the expected completion date of 24th May 2020. The contractor filed a letter dated 31st March 2020 addressed to Project Manager, Minister of Roads, Transport, Housing and Public Works, requested for contract extension for a further 52 weeks from the date of the letter, indicating that as at 19th November 2019, the client had not issued the work drawings and the subcontractors for specialized works were yet to be procured. The request was granted on 1st October 2021 through letter dated 3rd April 2020. The APA Insurance extended the performance bond to 1st October 2021. Since the elapse of this extension, there is no evidence of any further extension of the contract period nor termination of the contract. By 16th November 2021, certified works amounting to shilling 17,917,599, which had not been paid as at the time of audit in November 2023. Arising from this debt, the contractor through letter, there is a reference there, dated 16th November 2021, and addressed to the project manager, Minister of Roads, Transport, Housing and Public Works, gave notice of stoppage of works on account of the outstanding amount. An advisory by the county attorney filed a letter dated 28th September 2021 to the Chief Officer, Office of the Governor, advising manager to pay the contractor for works done had not been responded to. Further, the following observations were made. At the preliminary evaluation stage, it was mandatory requirement that all pages of both original and copy of tender documents must be sequentially serialized. However, the contractor submitted documents that were not sequentially serialized and should have been disqualified. In the technical evaluation stage, the pass mark was 6 marks and the firm was awarded 6 marks, yet the firm had not submitted mandatory tender documents such as reference, recommendation letters, evidence of contract supply of goods, and a letter of commitment confirming duration of time to deliver goods from time of receipt of LPO, and therefore the firm should not have proceeded to the financial evaluation stage. Management did not hold any negotiation with the company, despite the evaluated price being more than the budgeted amount of by Kenya shillings 563,900. The additional purchase orders number 12 with the 3 dated 30th March 2022 for Kenya shillings 2,327,540 and number 1640 were issued on 2nd June 2023 for a total Kenya shillings 14,514,000 after the expiry of the contract period and the performance bond. Project inspection on 14th November 2023 revealed that the project was incomplete and the contractor was not on site. Proving works and other finishing works had not been done. The amount of Kenya shillings 17,917,599 due to the contractor was not included in the pending bills for the year ended 30 June 2023. Expenditure on the project has so far exceeded the limit of Kenya shillings 45 million set by Salaries and Elimination Commission, and no evidence was provided of approval to continue spending on the project. The governor and his deputy regularly earned Kenya shillings 2,280,000 as housing allowance after the period for such allowance being paid was 30 June 2022. A fiscal project verification exercise done on 27th August 2024 revealed that the contractor was on site, but no works were ongoing. Management did not provide explanation on why the contractor had stopped the work on the project. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, it's a very long finding, so I just want us to be efficient because we have dealt with this in prior years. From the first paragraph of the Auditor General, for the 120 million, the county paid 120 million to the first contractor. Is that confirmed as a fact?
Maybe County Attorney, do you confirm that as a fact?
Is it confirmed that the first contractor was paid 120 million?
The Chief Officer for Office of the Governor, who is the client, kindly confirm.
Chair, my name is Zeteleji Korea Moses, Chief Office of the Governor. On this issue of the 120,500,965 shillings, we could not be able to verify with the documents because we cannot be able to get the documents.
But the auditor says from the records provided, the contractor received payment amounting to 120 million. How can the Auditor General have more records than you? Let's be serious. Was the and you know, Governor, you told us this when we were in Lodwar. Why are your people running away from this question? Is it a fact that on the first contract, 120 million was paid to deliver a residence for the governor? Chief Officer.
We need to wait the engineer. The engineer Kopeto, where is he? Just call Kopeto.
Because with 120 million, surely if you are paid to deliver a house, that should be a complete house with a swimming pool and a jacuzzi and everything.
Of the art residence. That's like State House.
And yet when we were in Lord Governor, I don't know why you don't want to deal with this matter, because back then at physical verification, 120 million was paid for a house at foundation level.
And Chair, for your information, when we visited with your committee to Ziwa Hospital, we went and found that 95 million has been paid for Ziwa Sub-County Hospital Phase 1 up to foundation, then Phase 2 was built on it, yet 95 million. So it's a classical case where 120 million has been paid to something that does not exist.
So why is this team afraid to deal with this question?
What bothers me is what the Chief Officer said. When you say you cannot trace the paperwork, and the Auditor General is saying that they relied on your documents to make this conclusion. So you're saying that the office of the Auditor General cooks these documents, or where did they get the documents from? Because they're the client. Where did they get the documents from? Chair, that's the times that I agree with Senator Cherargei. Maybe these guys be put on oath.
Engineer Kopeto is here. Let's give him, because the engineers can give us maybe
All the questions so that he can answer together.
Okay.
So, Chair, I have tried to tabulate the entire amount that this house should be worth more than 224 million. If my including the performance bond, the other extras, should be around more than 220 million.
Almost $2 million.
Also $2 million. Imagining a house of 220 plus million for us who are built before is a huge, it's almost 5-story building somewhere in Nairobi CBD. So, and this, you know what shocks me, Chair? The SRC and Ministry of Public Works have said the maximum a governor's house should cost is 45 million. So these are like 60 houses or six governors' mansionette that should be built with 220 million plus. So, Chair, from my observation, this was just money that was eaten. Ilikulwa, like the mzee who said in Eldoret that this one ilikulwa too. So, Chair, I request, because we don't want to waste much of the time, is just the EACC to arrest these people. They have stolen. This money was just stolen. And I think Turkana County has more important projects, that including the irrigation schemes that the governor has mentioned of 220 million. So my question finally, Chair, I have seen in most of the responses, Governor has said in his response that there are a number, he has appointed Project Implementation Status Committee. So Governor, from the 2 projects, in your own estimation, did you do what we call project verification audits? And do you have a global figure including Kaitaboy Eco Lodge. We have seen the county headquarters of Turkana. We have seen now the governor's headquarters, governor's residence, and many other projects. Can you, since you form a project implementation committee, can you give us a global view of maybe the likelihood of how much has been lost in terms of projects that are yet to be realized in Turkana County? Because I thought that should have pricked your conscience when you assume office. Look at these projects that are yet, including irrigation schemes and many others, that are yet to be completed. Did you think of maybe doing an audit so that you can just guide the committee? I thank you, Chair.
So before the response to that, I'm a bit worried that this very simple question is being tossed from the governor to the attorney to the chief officer to the engineer, and I don't know why. Yet you have made presentations previously on this particular matter. So, engineer, was 120 million paid to the first contractor?
I'm Copeto Ignatius. Thank you, Honorable Chair. For now, I cannot confirm whether 120 million was paid because I've not gone through the documents.
So, Governor, why did you think this gentleman would be useful?
Let me attempt to answer this question myself now as governor. Based on...
As we are a very odd subject. I mean, everybody is running away from it. I don't know why.
Yeah, because I expect them to be the people. I think, Honorable Chair, the contract for the construction of governor's residence was awarded in the financial year 2013-2014 to a local contractor. The contractor did some work and abandoned the site, which necessitated quantification of the remaining works and retendering in the financial year 2018-2019. A second local contractor won the bid and a contract was signed on 24th April 2019. Upon signing the contractor was unable to commence building works because the project manager could not provide the drawings and designs. The project manager cited refusal to release the drawings and designs by the architect consultant hired in the previous contract. The reason why the consultant could not release the drawings was because of unpaid pending bills for his consultancy services. The contractor was later able to commence the works on 31st October 2021 after he was provided with the drawings and designs.
Governor, that is your written response. We can refer to it.
Yeah.
But it still does not answer the question that we asked.
There was, Chair, some enumerated, which was not supported by the vouchers or anything, figures of 120 shillings have been paid to the contractor.
So 120 million was paid to the contractor.
To the contractor.
If it was not for work done, then it's simply money laundering. Because what was delivered for 120 million before termination? What was delivered?
In terms of the...
Yes.
Okay.
What is it that someone could see basis for the payment of the 120 million?
Okay, in fact, we have the accountants, the enumerated figures that are not supported by document. This is what was paid this time.
The Governor, I think the Chair is asking a very
we move from the engineer to the accountant.
The Chair is asking, after 120 million shillings was paid, what could you show for it? What is it that was done in terms of the building? What did you see?
What could be seen with the naked eye?
I don't know, Chair, whether we visited the same building.
Yes, we were there.
That is exactly
and
what
you answered this question in Lodwar.
Yeah.
I want you to answer it in Nairobi.
Yeah, that is the structure you saw is what was.
Chair, I was not in Lodwar. I want to know what it is that you saw.
For the benefit of Senator Wambua. That's why I've asked that question
Senator
again.
Wambua, I think based on what I have also seen, there is some skeleton structure that has been fully paid, but 90 million again Kenya shillings
was awarded to another contractor. But the builder, that skeleton is just the way the chair and the members. So though there isn't anything big to really warrant.
So 120 million shillings is paid. You see some structure. Then another 90 million is paid, and the structure is just the same. Is that what you are saying, Governor?
Definitely. That is 90, yes. 14 again was paid, 14 million.
Another 14 after 90?
Well, a new contractor.
Oh.
Okay. And the governor still has no residence?
There is no sign of residence.
No, Chair, there's a remark you made, which may have sounded very light. But why do I get the feeling that maybe Turkana receives too much money? I mean, just money to play around with, including even keeping 100 million in an account, and be just okay. 120 million shillings on a structure that...
Yeah. Have you built all the hospitals you need and all the ECD centers that you need, that now you can spend 220 million in an incomplete governor's residence?
Chair.
Senator Maroon.
From on page 32 of this document, titled Further, the following observations were made. Bullet 4 states that additional purchase orders number 1283 dated 30th March 2022 for Kenya shillings 2,327,540 and number 1640 were issued on 2nd June 2023 for a total of 14,514,160 after the expiry of the contract period and the performance bond. Now the response I'm seeing here is that the county government paid Kenya shillings 14,514,160 in financial year 2023-2024, being work certified. Which works were certified? Because if you're just seeing a building, a structure, which further work was done after 2022, which then was paid for 14 million.
Governor, looks like payments are happening under your watch.
The new contractor who was awarded a contract of 90 million got into that site and now made requests of payments. So when we came in, he was really
that's
on
for
us.
order so that don't continue.
Yeah.
In your management response on page 33, you are saying that a second local contractor won the bid and a contract was signed on 24th April 2019. Upon signing the contractor was unable to commence building works because the project manager could not provide the drawings and designs. The project manager cited refusal to release the drawings and designs by the architect consultant. When were they released to warrant these further works that you are alluding to?
I think down there, you resumed, it's indicated in October, you resumed your, from what I read.
Why is that? In your response?
Okay, the reason why the consultant could not release the drawings, blah, blah, and then able to commence the works on 31st October 2021 after he was provided with the drawings and design. There is something like that down there. Yeah.
Honorable members, it is 3 o'clock. This matter is also in the list of issues being pursued by EACC. When we were in Lodwar, we visited with great disappointment. And I think, as Senator Cherargei had said earlier, EACC, you owe the nation some update. 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting where you presented the issues that you are dealing with, but Kenyans are more concerned about action. It's not just about listing the issues. And if you just read the mood of the delegation that is here, no one wants to commit on certain matters. I hope it is not because you're accomplices, and I hope it is not because someone is threatening you not talk about these matters. Let's take the burden away from these officers. EACC, you've got the mandate, you've got the instruments to ensure that there's justice on this matter. But it is a sad story. It is a sad story. It is part of the things that make devolution look bad. And we've been trying very hard to convince our brothers in the National Assembly that counties need more money. But they keep referring to cases like this as evidence that counties are underfunded and counties are mismanaged. Governor, we take note that some of these things happened before you went to the county, but 3 years later, it is now your duty to clean up and ensure that these things do not become white elephants when a lot of public funds are being put in. I believe if 120 million was paid to somebody and nothing was delivered, really, unless the money was paid in cash. But if it was paid through the bank systems, then it's easy to know who got the money and what happened to the money. And perhaps we need to have this conversation around recovery of assets. If assets are recovered as a result of some of these settlements that we are now seeing, should that money remain at the consolidated fund, or should that money go back to the entity that lost it? You know, in the case of Migori, where there was a settlement where the former governor surrendered certain assets, the people of Migori are saying that money should come back to us so that it can buy drugs and do the things that it was intended to do. So we hope we can recover some of these monies from the crooks and let that money come to Turkana to do what it was intended to do in the first place. We have a number of projects in this report. It will be difficult for us to go through them sitting in Nairobi. We had planned to come to Turkana about a month or so ago, but due to various other reasons, we did not come to Turkana. Honorable members, I want to propose that looking at the time and looking at the number of other stalled projects that are in this report, we've got a project implementation status where 216 projects were reviewed and 86 projects were still ongoing. This would be an opportunity for us to go back to Turkana and not just assess the situation of the projects, but also find ways of advising the county. I think sitting here, sometimes we soak in a lot of information from other counties and experiences from other counties. So we can do a visit to Turkana, project visits, but also capacity building. I think we need to have a conversation with the county assembly so that we encourage them and strengthen them to play their primary oversight role. Governor, when Senate came to Lodwar, I hope that there were some things that you learned or some things that you picked. So we'll not be tired, we'll not tire. People think that Lodwar is too far, but it's a 1-hour flight. I want to propose, honorable members, that the residual matters we can deal with at a physical visit in Turkana County. If that then is the case, then we bring this meeting to a close. We deal with the closing remarks, if any. Auditor General, are you getting good cooperation from the entity?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would say, except for historical matters, as you have seen for yourself, on the current matters, we are getting very good cooperation from the
Okay.
team. Yeah.
Any matter from the members of the committee? If that is the case, then I'll ask the governor to make his closing remarks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think I want to say thank you to you, the Chair, and the honorable members. You've really been very supportive. I think when you visited Turkana together, we saw many things. As the county government, both the executive and the assembly, we were able to learn a number of things. So I think all your recommendations as a county, we take them seriously. And we have challenges on the past things, but because we are government, we are also getting hold of those things so that we are able to really reply a few Senate directives. And I think as Turkana County, you need, when you come to Turkana, you don't have to fly. Requesting that you drive along the road from Nairobi here or elsewhere to Turkana County, so that you are able.
Kainuk is okay now.
Yeah, whether it's okay or not, Chair, you need to interface with.
He's trying to discourage us from going.
Thank you, Chair. I think I am just extremely very happy. We are according the Office of the Auditor General the necessary support when they come. We provide documentation, except when documents are not there. Sometimes it's a reality. Some documents can miss, majorly on all those past projects. The Office of the ESCC have really been coming to Turkana County. They have not really met any other issues with Turkana. They do their job, they come back, and I think we are okay with the entire partnership. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. We'll close, and I want to encourage your team to be a team. I'm noticing that everyone is running their small fiefdom, and so information is not integrated very well. That sometimes happens when you have inherited a staff complement, but it's 3 years now. I think the team should settle. Whereas the governor takes political responsibility, takes ultimate responsibility as a CEO, we will not hesitate to identify and name individual officers whom we think have performed below what the law requires. And particularly those who belong to certain regulated professions, the advocates, the accountants, the human resource managers, the procurement managers. There are many instances here that will require us to escalate matters to the professional bodies for professional sanctions. So I just want to request the team that has accompanied the governor that yes, when we make recommendations, largely we will be condemning the CEO, but you will also not escape individual accountability and individual responsibility. There are many issues in Turkana. We have spoken about this over and over again, and we hope that when we come to the ground, it will not just be a grilling session, but it will be a knowledge sharing and experience sharing session. So we'll make arrangements, we'll alert you of the dates for proposed visit. Auditor General, I know that you are probably on the ground already on audit issues, so we'll tie it appropriately so that you are also available and it does not interfere with your audit schedule. The meeting is adjourned and we shall meet on notice on Monday. Thank you. Wish you a safe journey back to